was extremely impressive because he beat Naka in tactics. Oh, here we go. Oh, and he beat the crap out of Carlsen just in every sense. The games have started here. Round 1, World Blitz Championship 2016. On the right, you'll see the player times. In the middle is how much time they've been thinking, so I'm going to add a text to reflect that. But let's hope the relay can handle the speed of Blitz. No, what the hell? What am I? So let me... So we got a Petrov. Almost all the Chinese players play it. I think Ding Liren and Yu Yangyi don't, but Wang Yu, Li Chao, Bu Shengzi, Ni Hua, the old guard, the guys who are in their late 20s now, but they're still top players, they actually all play the opening and they train together. So what you see on the right, you see the clock times and how much time they're spending on each individual move. I hope you guys won't mind this format. We can always play around with it after. And thanks for that sub, 7 on the river. Okay, so Carlsen here, he's the difference between the Petrov and the Berlin. They're both very solid. The Petrov used to be the Berlin of today, solid, drawish, trades off pieces. But like you see a position like this, it's a bit more imbalanced, a bit less symmetrical, a bit more passive. Actually, I should just say that it's more passive than the Berlin, and it doesn't win the bishop pair. So that's why the Petrov, or also it's called the Russian game, it's less popular these days because the Berlin is kind of a more testing version of it. Black almost never gets a good position in the Petrov if white doesn't take a lot of risk, whereas in the Berlin, black can just take over based on theory with the bishop pair or things like that. So this is an opening that is very, very solid, but Magnus isn't particularly, concerned about it. It's not as hard to get an advantage compared to some other lines. Although the opening is still very good for black. I mean, Anishgiri used to play it a lot, and some players still play it. Gelfand used to play it all the time. He's switched back to the Najdorf mainly, but still very solid. And I don't know if these players have played much. Carlsen Bu, but for those who don't know, Bu Shengzi, he's about 2,700 FIDE, one of the youngest grandmasters of all time. I think he was a grandmaster at 14 back in the late 90s when it really was extremely rare, and he was the youngest grandmaster in history, and the record kept getting broken. I think it went like Pereleko, and then Bu, and then Karyakin. Sort of that was the timeline. You're right. The clock should be at the bottom. Thank you. I'll just flip the board. Even though I woke up earlier today, actually much earlier. Okay, we'll flip the times. I'll definitely switch the times. That's a good point. And if we're gonna look at from Magnus' point of view, then yeah, I'll switch that in a second. Yeah. So now the times are accurate, but we're looking from black's point of view. Maybe I'm doing that on purpose, so you guys understand what it feels like to play against Magnus. Yeah, let's actually keep it for this round like this. So okay, now Magnus is doing something he's done all year, or the last few months. He's given up the bishop for a knight. He's given up the bishop for a knight. Bishop f1 here would have been possible to keep the bishop. Instead he trades it, and he's going to play knight against bishop. Probably a move like queen a3, queen b4, create some weaknesses here. But we're seeing this sort of trend quite a bit. What time is it in Canada? It's about 7 a.m. So you see the times on the clock, about a minute and a half each. Both players trying to play pretty quick. Yeah, 12 rounds today. They changed the format. There's going to be 12 rounds today, 9 rounds tomorrow. So today is the big day. Actually, normally they do 10 rounds and 11 rounds over the 2-day period. It's 12-9. It's much more imbalanced. You don't hear anything. I hope I'm not talking to myself. Can I get confirmation that people can hear me here? Is my microphone working? Let me know. Yeah. If you don't hear me, make sure your Twitch is not muted. Kind of like a YouTube video, go make sure volume is enabled or audio is enabled, or refresh your screen. Okay, sounds good. Okay, we see here the d6 pawn is going to be a weakness that Carlsen is going to try to take advantage of. That pawn in a Najdorf, in a Benoni, common weakness in a lot of chess openings. Although if Boo can trade off more pieces in an endgame, he's not going to be too concerned with a light squared bishop, dark squared pawn there. He's going to control a lot of the entry points. So I'll say in an endgame, if pieces continue to get traded, I don't think White has any advantage at all. You know, if the structure remains the same here, Magnus is going to get a passed pawn after queen c5 or after dc5. It's going to be a passed pawn. The strength of that pawn depends on Carlsen keeping the queens on the board. For those who don't, who didn't tune in a couple days back, Carlsen beat Grishuk with the passed d pawn. No, he beat Yakovenko with the passed d pawn, and he won as black against Grishuk when Grishuk had the passed d pawn. So this is rather annoying. There's two threats here, the bishop and knight g5. Knight g5 is very annoying because you can't go bishop e8 and defend because queen takes e8 will be mate. So Boo decides to give a pawn. Look, they're playing quickly. It seems like the board is being updated at a pretty reasonable speed. So this was a very annoying move. Bishop b5, giving up a pawn, and Magnus is just winning. This game is moving very fast. This is a quick time control. After queen e7, if you move your bishop out of the way, I play queen d8 check, knight g5. No, this position is rotten. Carlsen is up a pawn. He's got a safer king. d6 is is very weak. a7 is hanging. This is already lost. So I'll say one thing. His opponent here, that 2700 rating is in classical. In Blitz, his opponent is a bit lower rated, which kind of indicates Blitz is not his specialty. He's worse at that than his classical rating would indicate, because the resistance in this game is not being quick. Just a few moves have been played right here. Bishop b8, queen e7. White is just up a pawn, and we know Magnus is going to convert very comfortably here. Then he picks up a second pawn because d6 and e8 are hanging. Bishop b5, and we have a few more moves. Magnus is controlling all the checks. The king is on h2, f4, e5 are both checking squares here. He's controlling that, and now he's going to push his pawn. Now this is just losses. I mean, it's not even... This was a very one-sided game. 21 rounds, you got to start off well. Oh, okay, the game's still going on, but... Is that the resignation? Not yet. Still a few more moves can be played. But a very easy first round game. And that's what Magnus is going to need here. Tie breaks, for those who didn't follow the rap, tie breaks mean a lot. You do need to start off well. It's actually, like, it can really hurt you in the end. So we might see some upsets in the first round, but I think Magnus, the key for Magnus Carlsen is start off well. I think he's going to win the Blitz Championship this year. In the Rapid, he's finished strong every day. Every single day he played exceptionally well. And the only problem he had was he started off kind of like half asleep. He lost 3 games in the early rounds every single day. Could have lost another game against Ganguly. Today, having a good start. We know he's a strong finisher based on what we've seen. And we know he can show when he's in good form. He would have won the Rapid actually quite comfortably if it weren't for those really poorly played early games. So a good start here is very, very important for Carlsen because, yeah, I really think he'll finish. His stamina is there to finish strong. Not all the players can say the same. But he really, if you look at his event, he has some very good things from the Rapid and some bad things. But the things that were bad, I think, are quite fixable. And the things that are good, I don't think anybody can dispute. He won a lot of endgames, and this game is already over. Carlsen, queen, I'll just quickly show what happened there. He got his queen to d4, well positioned, check, king here, d7, d8's the queen in square, you can't stop the queen, and there's no perpetual, because queen f4 you can always play king h1 and hide, and that's actually what happened. You wouldn't want to play king g1, then he could check on c1. But now there's no way to stop the queen. You could accept queen d6, queen d6. He did bishop f3 instead. I won't even analyze the game as these guys had only a few seconds. A very simple game. Let's go to another game here. One moment. Mamedyarov against David Anton Guijarro, or Guijarro. For those who don't know, this guy, David Anton, finished in 7th place in the Rapid, and yet we didn't see a single one of his games. Let me change the setup here. He won 6 games in a row to leapfrog guys like Aronian and I think even Korobov, guys we followed. He's very talented, and here he is drawing Mamedyarov. And Mamedyarov is a very, very good blitz player. No surprise. A good calculated, good blitz player. So that game just finished. Oh, there we go. Let me change a couple more things on the screen. Yeah, we're gonna switch. I'm gonna switch the clocks for the next round. We're gonna follow white, but we saw how easy that last game was for Carlsen. I will switch the clocks in a short bit. Ganguly here beating Melkumian. Melkumian, for those who don't know, he lost to Ivanchuk yesterday. Final round, Ivanchuk won the World Rapid Championship by beating Melkumian. So there are some names in the list you may not be familiar that if you follow the Rapid, you start to realize there are a lot of contenders beyond some of the usual top 10 names. Artemyev's game is ongoing, and he has to mate with the knight and bishop. And no, he's getting mated with the knight and bishop, and his opponent seems to have done it pretty easily. Okay, yeah, this tournament is going to go by really fast, or feel a lot faster. Is anything else going on? Oh, draw. All the games are done. No. Okay, I'm going to format the screen in a second, just confirming everything is done here. Other big results of the round. Okay, so Carlsen's game here is what I'm going to leave the position on. Other big results of round 1. Yeah, we just followed one game, and by the time I was done, a lot of other ones were finished. Vichy won. Nakamura did beat Pansulia. Nepomniachtchi won. Aronian drew. Lagrave drew. Nils Grandelius. Karyakin did win. Ivanchuk lost. I don't think Ivanchuk is going to win both events. I think one event is fantastic. So it'd be great to see that happen. But I can't imagine the consistency required. And consistency is one thing he lacks from the beginning to an end of a tournament. Even yesterday, he had a bit of fortune at the end, and he crashed a little bit on the final day. He had to let other results help him. So I don't think Ivanchuk is necessarily even going to be near the top in the Blitz event. But it'd be nice to see him play Carlsen again. Dominguez, by the way, finished very highly yesterday. Very solid performance. Him and Grishuk, I expect to see do well in this event. Dominguez is very consistent. He just plays at a super high level. Grishuk is just a speed demon, and yeah, he had chances yesterday. He got silver for those. For those tuning in, World Rapid Championships was pretty exciting. 5 players tied for first heading in the final round. Carlsen, Ivanchuk, Grishuk all won with white in the final round against other competitors to finish with 11 out of 15, and the tiebreaks were average rating of your opponents. Ivanchuk had the highest. He beat Carlsen on the way. Grishuk had a bit higher than Magnus despite losing to Magnus, and that was first gold, silver, bronze. Ivanchuk from Ukraine, Grishuk from Russia, Carlsen from Norway. But it was a really, really exciting event, and I expect this one to be similar. No, guys, there's 12 rounds today. This is round 1. It's already over. Carlsen's won. So I'm going to switch a bunch of things as we get ready for round 2. Remember, if you want to watch the official video, I'll link you to the website. You just type an !video in the chat box, and it's going to give you the link to watch the official video in case you want to see maybe Maybe there might be flying pieces. Not sure. But besides that, we'll get ready for round 2, and I'll switch the boards up. We can follow Carlsen, or I can ask you guys, would you like to follow another player? I'm a bit more flexible in Blitz, 12 rounds, a lot of exciting games, and I don't mind. I don't mind switching. So I'll give you a few more options besides Carlsen. You can Anand, Nakamura, Karyakin, Grishuk. Out of those players, Korobov drew, so he's not even necessarily going to be broadcast. But I'm open to another game for round 2. Open for another game to follow. By the way, Naka's expected to really come on hard this event. He had a disastrous tournament. Awesome. Thanks, man. Nakamura had a disastrous rapid, and I expect him to come out swinging. I just don't think he'll have the consistency when he faces the top guys. I made a bet yesterday with Yasser that Naka will finish more than 1.5 points or more behind Carlsen in this event. But Nakamura has never won a world title. This is his opportunity. Can we watch the guy that went 0 out of 15 in rapid? Unfortunately, his games aren't broadcast, understandably so. But respect for anybody playing all 15 rounds and losing every game. Yeah, that's tough to take. That's really tough to take. I don't think ever since I started playing chess I ever had a tournament where I lost every game. I wasn't good when I started, but I had like 1 out of 5. Maybe 1.5 out of 5. That would be a typical score. I'd get at least a draw. I can't recall ever going 0%. I could be wrong. I'm gonna have to check. I really don't think that ever happened. Fortunately, not because when you're kids, you get stalemated. Even when you're down like 2 queens, people stalemate you. So I think I always squeezed a half point. You know what I mean? So I can't say I've felt 0 out of 15 pain before. Okay, we're gonna get ready for round 2. I'm gonna check if the pairings are out. Pairings are still not out. That means some game is going on and they're playing some sort of position. I just realized that if I was playing in the tournament, I would have been playing Nakamura in the first round. My Blitz 2606. No, I would have played Aronian. Last year I almost played Carlsen in the first round of the Blitz. This year I would have played Aronian. I'm just at that cutoff. In fact, I'm on the lower half of the field in Blitz. On the higher half in Rapid, I would have played Aronian. Yeah, that would have been fun. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Okay, let me see if I can switch up these move times. So I know what to do. Un segundo, por favor. Aronian is really good in Blitz. Really good in Blitz. I've seen him play MVL in private. I mean, I've seen him play in other tournaments, but the underground matches are something I rate highly. The guys who just love Blitz. And Aronian does like speed chess. I don't know if he plays online publicly, but he definitely likes speed chess a lot. So I am currently in the process of altering the board. Give me a second. We're going to follow things from White's perspective. Although this next round, if we follow Carlsen, it'll be from Black. Okay. Who do you guys think is going to win the Blitz portion? Is it going to be Carlsen or Naka? They're the two betting favorites. Or will be someone else? Will be Vladislav. Oh, by the way, Artemiev, who lost, is the number 2 rated player in the field, the Russian junior champion. So his rating is very high. Some people think it's overrated. Some people think he's going to be a really good player. I think he's going to be a really good player, but I'm not sure he's worth 2850 Blitz when there are guys like Naka. Like, I don't think he's anywhere close to Naka's level in Blitz, even though Naka's low rated. Okay. So I updated the clocks so you see the time. There's a little black box that also indicates what it represents, but it's also correlated with the board. 8 with black, 1 with white. And we are going to get ready for the second round. Yeah, yesterday we had 3,100. It's not a coincidence, and nobody was botting. It was came to my attention that Chess24 put us on their website as well, which gave a lot of viewers, and so welcome to those people tuning in from there, and that's awesome to get that boost in new viewership, because we had a lot of fun. So I really appreciate people, everyone here everyone here promoting the stream and getting your friends in. That's good. We want to get more people, and then we'll call Yasser later today. Let's check round 2. Round 2 pairings are out, and it's Vallejo against Carlsen. They've played a lot at the past Linares events, Grand Slam events. Nakamura's playing Salem. That's a great matchup to follow. Salem is very exciting, very sharp player, and I've seen them play quite a bit online, and he does beat Naka maybe 1 out of every 3 games in Blitz. They play quite frequently, so that game has potential, and that's a good game to follow. It's good to see. So I'm just waiting for the game information to pop up, but that's the game we're going to follow. Salam Saleh, about the 26 plus GM from United Emirates, who likes to play very sharp chess, and he's very capable of scoring upsets. That's the sort of style he brings. It started? Okay, I'm about to get it on the board. About to get it on the board. I won't be as... I'll still be a little bit delayed, understandably. But... yeah. Arabic Falcon is his username. That's correct. Salam. There we go. Arabic Falcon is his username online. I'm waiting for the game to show up. ¿Dónde está la partida? One moment. Okay. Have I played Wei Yi? No, I haven't. Where's this game? Obviously, I hope people can understand. I can't stream the actually official website. That would be a bit strange. We have the game right here. Sorry about that delay. Sorry about the delay there, guys. We got Salem against Nakamura here. I can't stream for the official website. Besides that, it takes a little bit of a delay. Salem. Yeah, there we go. Clock times are correct. We have Queen B6. I don't know what that is, but in the current position, White has that clear space advantage. What score do you need to be top 3? I don't know. I have to check on that. Out of 21 rounds? 14, 15. I played one 21 round event, I think, in Morocco a couple years back. It was a lot of fun. I think somebody scored like 17 and I had like 15 and I got third or tied for second. But this event is a bit stronger. You don't need as much of a score. I'll have to check, or somebody can research. What score traditionally wins the World Blitz? That's for you guys to check out. Here, guys, Salem getting ready to play Rook G3. This bishop on b2, he's looking to sacrifice with d5 and rook g3. He's definitely an attacking player. He loves to sacrifice, and Nakamura does not actually do too well against aggressive opponents. Caruana beat him with Benoni. Benjamin Bach beat him with Benoni. Pansulaya beat him with the Benoni. And actually, he's not necessarily that comfortable being on the defensive side. He's a great defender, but he can also get killed. And as we see here, guys, I like White's position. d5 is going to come when the tactics work. If not, he's going to just provoke weaknesses on the king side. You got to prefer the bishop over the knight here. You got to love the idea that this rook's coming in as well. White gets to attack for free. He's not down any material. This is a bit of a strange position for Naka. My criticism yesterday or throughout the whole rapid was Nakamura was playing garbage chess. It's not just that I didn't think he was going to event. He's actually losing a lot. He's just losing. Every game I see of his has been bad this tournament. And I don't know why. I think I might be a bad influence. Our recent match where he beat me badly. I have no idea, but he has not been able to get anything going. Like, all of his games have been pretty bad for the most part. He's blundering. He's getting outplayed. He doesn't even have his typical Nakamura comeback. He didn't make a typical Nakamura comeback. It's just been an overall disaster for him so far. The first 3 days of the event. Last 2 days, going to try to redeem himself. We see here, you gotta like White's position. He's looking for a knockout blow here. Is there a mate on g7? No, then NF5 covers it. But again, White's not down any material yet. He still can just move around, and he's still in command with his bishop on b2. An amazing piece. Black's queen on b7, very suspicious. Rook's on b8 and c8. That's not where you're supposed to have your rooks. They're supposed to be on d8 and e8 right now. Nakamura getting very bizarre positions, and I expect him to get punished in a pretty bad manner. Right now, he's on the verge of losing. I'm not sure there's a win, but just allowing his opponent, who's very good at attacking, to get this position. he's not going to have any room to mount a comeback. So rook g8, very necessary move. He's going to play rook g6, which not only defends g7, which is a potential mating square, it also protects h6, which sometimes white will have sacrificial ideas. G4 not working ever here, guys, because knight h4. Well, g4 was a threat, but now after rook g8, g7 is covered. So Nakamura so far holding the balance, and now white is down a pawn as he get low on time. Now he's up a pawn, and he has. If white is not crashing in here through this position, through black's defense, yeah, Nakamura is doing very well. I'm not sure any of us feel particularly comfortable letting our opponents attack the way white was allowed to attack this game. But now Nakamura is up on time. Nakamura being up on time is huge. The guy is very fast, and he's going to put a lot of pressure. He's a veteran with the clock. And now I don't see any mates. And we've transitioned. Let's see what's happening. Rook c8. He's sacrificed, but again, the rook is excellent on g6. Now there's a dual threat of rook d7, or if rook goes to c7 to protect that, there's rook to... Wait a second. What happens after rook d7 here? What happens after rook d7? What am I missing? Rook d7, rook takes f7. That doesn't win? Rook d7. Guys, what the heck? Nakamura is now completely lost. Horrible. He just blundered rook d7, and now rook takes f7 wins the game on the spot. Was there no other move? I mean, Nakamura, guys, is dead lost here. Queen and bishop for 2 rooks. His king is running around naked. The story of the event. Nakamura's been getting mated in many games. His king is, in the rapid, he got mated 2 or 3 times. I saw his king running around without any cover many times. What it means, he's playing provocative chess, making weaknesses that are not sound. And Nakamura here about to go down early to Salem. Just some very, very poor chess from Nakamura. Continues to suffer here. I mean, this isn't even competitive. I expect a resignation or a checkmate pretty soon. But like, if you look at his rapid games, he actually got checkmated multiple times. His king was almost always being attacked. And as I said, he's a good attacker, one of the best in the world, great tactician. But on the defensive side, he has a lot to work on. And here he's about to get mated. Not a huge surprise, only because I've seen these players play a lot online, and Salem actually does score pretty well for internet standards against Naka. But it's not just him attacking. It's Naka is just in horrendous form. I don't know what it is. I'm almost about to make a bold claim that I could win a few more games than I normally do against them, but I have a feeling that that's not the case. I would almost expect Naka to go online right now and try to beat me and get some confidence before his next round. A very one-sided game. Hikaru Nakamura gets checkmated by Salem Saleh from UAE, who is a very, very good blitz player. That's a big result, though. That's a big result. Naka, that's good for me. I bet against Naka. I want the drinks from Yasser. So let's check on Carlsen's game here. Carlsen already won against Vallejo. And it's funny, he's beaten Vallejo in a pretty famous game from Sao Paulo, Bilbao, Sao Paulo Grand Slam, up a pawn, bishop against knight endgame. It's the same thing here with black. So Carlsen cruises to 2 out of 2. Seems like a pretty easy game. Vichy here against Mareko from Argentina, the top Argentinian grandmaster. Seems like he won this game pretty easily. White resigned here. Okay, what games are in progress? What games are in progress that we can follow? Karyakin defeating Li Chao. That's a good result for Karyakin. He needs to he needs to win some games. He started a little too late in the rapid. He had a very disappointing tournament. Here he beats Li Chao, who is pretty good. Pretty good super grandmaster. That's a good result for him. What else is going on? Korbov. This game is ongoing. Let's jump into this game. Anton Korbov, very exciting player who showcased some of his talents during the World Rapid. He struggled at the end, but he really made the event exciting for all of us. Here he is grinding against Michidashvili from Georgian, member of the Georgian national team. Some of you may know him as the guy who beat Naka at the Olympiad recently. He beat Nakamura in the Georgia-USA match. He's a good player, but here, actually here, yeah, here he's losing, unless black can. No, here he should be losing. The pawns are on the right color. Everything favors white here. But Korobov is very exciting. He could definitely make some upsets, and I think a lot of us would happily see another Korobov Carlsen game. So Korobov, black resigned here. G7's coming, so you have to sack the knight right now, and you're not even close to in time. Okay, so that game is over. Almost every game is over at this stage. Just to scan some other results, one player to watch out for who should not be under the radar anymore is Vidit from India. The guy scored a ton of upsets. He beat MVL in the last event. He lost to Carlsen in a competitive game. Vidit from India, very dangerous. I think he moves to 2 out of 2 here by being Mozienko from Ukraine. He could definitely score a lot of upsets. He played very well in the rapid portion, and the guy's actually just a very good grandmaster, but he hasn't played any elite events yet. Although he is on the Indian national team, who did amazing at the Olympiad. So this guy will definitely ruin the hopes of a few top players in the event. What else is ongoing? What else is ongoing here? Anyone else to follow? Tomaszewski winning. Tomaszewski is not a bad rapid or blitz player, but he lacks the ability to be a streaky player. If he loses a game, he's going to draw a few games to recover. He's not capable of putting together a few wins in a row like Carlsen's capable of, Nakamura's capable, Grishuk's capable. He's too solid to generally win these events. Actually, as we saw, if we saw in the rapid, the 5 players tied for first in the final round are all aggressive players. So in general, they're a lot more solid than aggressive attacking players at the top of chess. But heading into the final round, Grishuk, Carlsen, and Carlsen is capable of playing aggressive. He's actually playing bad openings, which is not a solid choice. Ivanchuk, who is streaky, Nepomniachtchi, and Mamedyarov. Right? Mamedyarov. I think Mamedyarov was nearby. Look at that list. Look at that list. Some of the most aggressive players in the world. Because you need to be able to put streaks together. You need to be able to rebound from a loss with a win, not a draw. It's not about stopping the bleeding is nice overall for a good result, but you got to have that capacity to be clutch and win a lot of games in a row. And generally, the guys who win these events are actually very good initiative players, very good attacking players. Dominguez had a great event. Lenny Dominguez had a fantastic event, but he's going to have to pull something else out to win. Just playing very clean chess. He's going to find himself near the top. But he's an example. He had a great event, but to win the gold, he needed to beat a few more of his rivals, which we didn't see. Despite he still did great, maybe he's happy with it. But you're seeing that the players who are really good at taking risks, initiative, assessing imbalances, those guys handle the clock and end up that sort of pressure style chess ends up, in my opinion, being rewarded more in this format than classical, and that's why very solid players generally don't finish near the top. Dominguez was World Blitz champion, but I just want to point out Dominguez was World Blitz champion a while ago. If you study the games of Lenny Dominguez, you'll realize he became a lot more solid over the years. When he was younger, he was sharper. As he became elite, his chess has gotten better, but he doesn't take as many risks as when he was younger. He's what's the term, like calcified a little bit in his style, just like we saw many other players, Leiko, things like that. So Dominguez has been a World Blitz champion, but if you see him in recent years, he's really become extremely technical, extremely technical. compared to especially compared to the games I've seen of his when he was younger. So that's why he won it many years ago when his style was much different as well. I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, but even then, there's been a noticeable difference in my opinion of his chess. Maybe it's changing, but I found it a bit too solid because I was a big fan of a lot of his games, and Dominguez then kind of has had a few up and down years, and now he's recovered, but he's a bit solid. Grandelius has beaten Aronian and drawn MVL. Let's check that game out. Great point. Let's check that game out. No, I did mean Calcified. Let's check Grandelius. He's very exciting. I'm going to be playing him in a few weeks. Guys, I'm not checking too many games because it is Blitz. Ganguly wins. Okay. No, I'm not going to be checking like 10 games per round. But the next game, let's see if the next round has been paired. No, there's still something going on. All right. Nils should be near the top. That's good to see. Nils is a very exciting player. But I am going to find the game between Aronian and Grandelius. Beating Aronian with black deserves a look. So Aronian playing one of the top blitz players in the world. Sorry, Grandelius playing black against one of the top blitz players in the world. Let's check this game out. Let's look at it from the perspective of the #1 Swede. Very, very sharp game. Not a big surprise here. Very nice. Aronian, he likes to sack exchanges, but I'm not sure it's sound in this case. I'm really not sure this was the right decision. But in Blitz, I don't think you can be critical of the players too much. I mean, actually, you can be critical of Naka for that last game that we watched. But for sacking in exchange for 2 bishops, he had a feeling, he assessed it, he thought it was okay. And a lot of the times it pays off. Like in this case where it looks like black is getting checkmated. This position is completely lost for Grandelius. That's a very sexy sacrifice. That's just a long-term 2 bishop sacrifice. He realized this d3 pawn is just going to block black's rooks from getting into the position. He has 4 on 3 on the king side, and the bishops are going to become powerful later on. That's a very nice game by Aronian. This position is oh dear. Oh man. No need to take that pawn at all. Absolutely no need to take d3. He just blundered, which is understandable. Black is drawing dead here. Taking the pawn actually opens up the d file, and the issue here is d2 gets hit. No matter where you block the bishop, there's c6 or c5. So a huge blunder by Aronian in an absolutely winning position, and now he gets mated. Or he loses the queen. That is bad. That is really bad, because this position, he's going to beat Carlsen 100 out of 100 times, except for that blunder. So it doesn't even matter who he was playing. That's just an inexcusable blunder. Aronian goes down in what was a pretty nice game. You don't need to take back right away. You can be more precise. Bishop c4. Actually, bishop a3 looks like it wins. Bishop a3 wins in one move. Bishop a3 here, guys. hits the rook has to go here, and then you can go bishop takes f7. So Aronian thought he was winning in absolutely every single variation, and he blundered. That's very unfortunate, because yeah, bishop a3 wins on the spot, not doing anything wins on the spot, pushing the a-pawn wins. He did the only thing that loses. Very unfortunate. Everything wins. Yeah, rook takes d2. No, everything wins there. So that's what happens when you're down to 10 seconds, though. Although I'm surprised if he was down to 10 seconds. He might have just gotten relaxed. Big result there. Aronian is a contender in this event. Let's check round 3 pairings. Look at that, Fraggy. Fraggy, thank you. $30 donation Blitz money. I'll take that $30 and I'll go bet on some Blitz games. Go hustle some people. Start a bankroll. Round 3, so round 3, Carlsen is playing Salem. Yeah, that's definitely the match we're going to follow. Interestingly enough, we'll talk about the standings right now, but Carlsen, there are very few top players that have 2-2. So Magnus is not playing somebody near him, but Salem is quite dangerous. I expect a very exciting game. That is the game we're going to follow. Magnus Carlsen 2-2. Other players on 2-2, because not too many are actually there. A lot of people have taken hits. Benjamin Bach, the only Dutch participant, has 2-2. Salem, who just impaled Nakamura. Vidit, Dreyev, Ganguly, Karyakin, Rajabov, Dominguez, Anand, Grishuk, Tomaszewski, Wojtaszek. A couple of Croatians. If there are any Croatians in the chat, we have 2 Croats with 2-2. Zdenko Kozul and Marin Bojsovic. I don't know if I said that right. Egypt has 1 guy with 2-2, Ahmed Adli, who's a pretty good Blitz player, based on his 2730 Blitz rating. So those are the players, about 18 players with 2-2 out of the field, and most of the names we know are missing. From that list, they have 1.5 or 1-2. Grishuk is there though. Vichy's there. Dominguez is there. And Karyakin's there. Those are the main guys you'd associate with as being rivals for Carlsen heading down the stretch. But he doesn't have an easy game. Salem is very capable of upsets, especially tactical upsets. So that's the game we're going to watch. Carlsen's going to be playing white against Salem Saleh. Round 3. This tournament's 21 rounds and it's just started. Of course Magnus can win. He's a heavy favorite. Clear favorite. Can you stop rubbing yourself? Are you talking to me? But really, the big story is Nakamura, who is very good in Blitz. And he's done well at World Blitz Championships. He's never won it, but he beats a lot of the guys. He loses some games, but he beats guys like Anand like nothing. Nakamura, for example, has a great score against Kramnik and Anand. That kind of shows, he has some he's legit. But he hasn't made it to the top boards. He looks like a tourist so far. And 3 days in a row, Nakamura is known for making comebacks. I've never seen him go 3 days like yesterday without staging a comeback. He didn't break the top 10 boards, I think. Every time Nakamura got near the top 10 board, some guy kicked him back down. And that's not normal. He feeds off of 2600 GMs normally. So we're going to get ready for round 3 here. Carlsen against Salem. Going to be a dangerous match. Here we go. The game is live. Got it on the board, guys. Carlsen, Salem, and what do we have here? Let's take it from the beginning. Carlsen playing Veresov, the Veresov opening was something. I think it's like the Veresov transposition, d4 knight c3 structures, knight in front of the c pawn. I think this isn't a London because the pawn is on c2. I actually play this in Blitz 2 sometimes. It's just easy to play. You play h3, so your bishop can go back to h2. Just simple chess. He's just looking to outplay Salem throughout the middle game. And actually, you know, I think against Salem, no need to take risk. Salem is very dangerous. No need to take any risk. Just play what you like, how you've been doing. Carlsen's been winning every single endgame without any resistance. Just control the tempo. Don't get too greedy, and I think Magnus is really he can control his own destiny this tournament. Martin Halling, I do see your comment. I have mentioned already throughout the broadcast about that though. So that Naka and Salem played many games online. Can one move? Yeah, if you make a blunder, you lose. As we saw Ronian last game, that position he could win blindfolded 100 times in a row without any resistance, and he still made that 1%. I would say less than 1% blind. That blunder he made won't be repeated. Oh, I'm rubbing. Oh, you guys can hear that. Oh, you guys were saying I was rubbing my hands. I'm doing this. So I'm rubbing my hands. Okay, that's what I was curious if you were talking to me or not. I didn't know you guys could hear that. There's nobody under the table. I'm just excited. Actually, somebody's asked already, Eric, do you wish you were there when you watched Blitz? I absolutely do wish I was there. When I watched Blitz, I really wish I was there. So I have this pent up energy, and I'm just like moving my hands. So, is it cold here? No, it's actually warm. I'm gonna open the door maybe. It's only -5. It's really been a mild winter in Montreal. Carlsen going for the attack. But in this case, I don't believe it's risky. I don't think he's sacrificing anything or doing anything crazy yet. So what happened? Black put his bishop on f5, provocative. Oh, he put his bishop on f5 and then the knight on d7, and now you play g4 because the bishop doesn't have many squares to go to. So Magnus assessed that as worthwhile. Maybe he's feeling confident enough to go for it. Okay, I'm gonna put my hands on this coffee. I'm gonna hold the coffee just like Yan or something. Put the bishop. Yeah. So he decided to attack because Black was a bit cramped on the king side. -5 is not cold. -5 is not cold. I mean, I think even in the Netherlands when I was living there, it got down to -5 sometimes. And the Netherlands is pretty warm for Canadian standards. Notice the clock times, they're already under a minute. I mean, Salem is down to 30 seconds, Carlsen over a minute. And what you're looking to do as white is play rook g1, f4, target this knight and open the g file, trying to open up Black's fianchetto setup. So rook g1 and f4 is on the horizon. And it looks like white is quicker than Black here in getting that attack. I don't even know if Black is going to attack, because a move like b5 is simply met by a3, and you can't really follow up with a5 because the pawn on b5 is hanging. So I think Carlsen is very comfortable right now. His attack is quicker, his position is still stable, he's up on time, he's doing very well right now. The bishop on e6 is not ideal. If you guys watched yesterday, he asked to try to put a bishop on e6. I thought that was a very strange choice. You don't put your bishop on e6 unless you're really trying to be creative. And I'm not sure that's how he's going to beat Carlsen with some, you know, new age sort of chess moves. And f4 being played. Rook g1 and f4. Exactly. Very simple. Very simple chess. If I'm predicting Magnus's moves, it doesn't mean I'm doing a good job. It means the position is really as simple as it looks. That White's plan is very easy, very simple, very direct, very sound. And Magnus is just way ahead here. Queen on d4. There's no way to get this knight off of c3 to access c2. So he just needs to control himself here. I believe f5 wins on the spot. I believe Magnus here, guys, about to win the game. f5 looks completely winning. Carlsen's going to move to 3-3 without assuming any risk this game. f5 is coming. No, the game's already over. I believe his opponent either flagged or resigned, but there's no reason. I mean, it's not strange why he did that. f5 wins a piece, and there's not even a hint of an attack. Your king is on g8. You have no pawns on g-file. The rook is ideally placed here. The knight blocks any counterplay on the queen side and puts pressure on d5. The knight on g7 is acting like a pawn. So not only like black is effectively just so lost here. He resigned or flagged, but he's losing a piece for sure while still getting attacked. For example, queen takes here, bishop d3, lights out. Lights out. Carlsen comfortably moves to 3-3. He is my pick to win the World Blitz, and let's move on to another game. Jobava against Pansulaya. We haven't seen Jobava play too much. Let's check this game out. Looks like he's beating his countryman. Two Georgians going at it. I don't know if anybody saw the photos. Jobava is wearing sunglasses, and he looks very funny. I don't mean funny in a bad way. But he's wearing sunglasses, and like, I have to find it. I have to find some photos. He's wearing like really dark sunglasses there during the games. Almost the type that blind people wear. I don't know if he has some sensitivity or something. Not the Nakamura type of sunglasses. But he's still talking a lot with other players and being very sociable. So I'm not sure what the direction is that he's going for, but it looks pretty funny. Wasn't the Greg Raymer or poker style sunglasses I'm also used to seeing. I don't know. I saw some pretty funny photos. So here he is, and he should convert this because of that extra pawn. If White didn't have that extra pawn on b6, Black is probably winning. 3 pawns plus a king closer to those pawns beats a rook. The rook, I mean, the way the two connected passed pawns here especially, but that b pawn means, White is going to get a queen before Black's king can support those pawns. So Jobava is going to win this game. I'm not sure why the result's not updated. Let's check on another game here. You know what? Let's be progressive here, and we're following the women's World Blitz Championship. Gunina, who just had a spectacular result in London, and I'm really impressed by that. That result in the London Rapid. I for one was very surprised to see that result, and she's supposed to be very good at blitz. She's playing one of the top Chinese players, and Gunin is one of the big favorites in the women's event. She's just resigned. Those pawns are going to queen. But her result, for those who don't know, she won a rapid event, a very strong rapid event, ahead of like 40 male grandmasters. She's a grandmaster herself, like a legit grandmaster, a very legit grandmaster. But she posted one of the best results that a woman has ever produced in history, in a field, in an open event, and she beat like 5 or 6 strong grandmasters along the way. So she's gone down here, but for those who don't know, women's World Rapid Championship also concluded yesterday. Ukraine took gold there. Ukraine, Anna Muzichuk from Ukraine, the older sister of the former Women's World Champion Maria Muzichuk, won gold. So Ukraine swept both events. That's pretty big. Aronian here, not very happy, I think, to draw. Bogdan Belyakov, a player I've never heard of. Definitely a decent player with 2487, but not the sort of player that Aronian is looking to shake hands with and agree to half a point. And here he's actually down a pawn. Actually, probably Aronian, if he was on the white side of this, he might even beat this player. So Aronian is on tilt. I think Aronian's on tilt. I'm almost sure Aronian is on tilt based on the last game he lost against Nils. I'm almost sure he's on tilt. That last game lost against Nils is really, it's going to kill his tie breaks. He's going to recover, but I don't know if he's going to recover to the very top. Grishuk wins. He moves to 3-3. We might see Grishuk Carlson today. Probably will see Grishuk Carlson. You guys want to see Nakamura? Is that the case? People are requesting Naka's game. Naka. It's hard to find him. I mean, he gets kicked back down to the low boards. Nakamura playing Morocco. And let's see what happened here. He's very good at these English positions. But actually, his position is just bad again. Knight g6, knight h4 is a great route for that knight that Morocco took here. And the d3 pawn is weak. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure Nakamura playing g4. I'm not sure that was actually sound. And it looks to me like he's getting killed in the opening as white against Morocco. Yep. Okay, so it looks like white's king is stuck in the center. His rook on c3 is blocking his bishop. His only hope is something on the g-file, but fundamentally he's already violating many chess principles. Something Nakamura's been doing throughout the rapid and blitz portion of both events. He's been violating many chess principles. Okay, now his king is going for a run. As I said, if you look at Nakamura's games, he's always neglecting his king and running around without any cover. It seems to be a very common theme that he's playing with fire, but his opponents are actually punishing him. Okay. So now he's down a pawn. His rook is still blocking his own bishop. His opponent collapsed there. I believe there were many wins. This is sort of Nakamura style winning a lost position, except I think his opponent blundered more than him putting pressure on his opponent to blunder. He just outright blundered. But that was a very poor game by Nakamura. If he plays like that next round, he's probably going to lose very quickly. So Nakamura moves to 2-3, but that really was not impressive because you take that position and many games out of 10 you're going to lose it. And he's been getting these positions every single round. So for those fans of the American #1 rated blitz player, not a good sign still. He got extremely, he was quite fortunate this round. He was, as somebody mentioned, utterly lost for many moves. What else is ongoing here? Magnus, guys, is impressing. He coasted to 3-3 easier than anyone else in the tournament. That's a very good sign for Carlsen fans to have such a promising start. Not a single bad position. Oh, Naka drew? Okay, Naka drew, that's different. Looked like it was lost for his opponent. We're waiting for round 4. I'm going to take a quick break. Yeah, maybe results are coming in wrong. maybe results are coming in wrong, but yeah, that was a very poor game. So as we look towards round 4, I think Karyakin. How did Karyakin do? I think Karyakin won. Let me just check. Carlsen is going to be playing one of his rivals fairly soon, but he's really coasted to 4-4 quicker than anyone else. Karyakin won, Rajabov won, Dominguez won, Grishuk won. So Karyakin, guys, Carlsen is going to play a heavy hitter next round. Probably Karyakin. Carlsen is going to play Karyakin or Dominguez next round, I think. Huge matchup in round 4. Don't go anywhere. Take a quick snack break. I'm going to take a quick break right now. I will be right back for round 4. Magnus Carlsen leading the event, with a large group of players. But this good start is very important for the later tie breaks, as I am sure he's going to be a contender no matter what. And having these good tie breaks is going to be very good security going down the stretch. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Carlsen playing Super GM next round with Black. BRB, guys. Get ready, guys. Round 4. Starting shortly. Carlsen Dominguez. 2 former World Blitz champions. So, should be good. Dominguez is not going to get blown off the board. He's very good technically. I was talking about him earlier in the event, so it's nice that they're actually playing. Dominguez I rate very highly. Just he needs a few more wins down the stretch. I'm sure he'll be doing good either way. Oh, the game has started. The game has started. Let's pause that amazing music. Get right into the game. Dominguez White against Carlsen. They've played many times. I believe Carlsen has a plus score, but many draws between the two players. Carlsen being respectful to Dominguez, and they're going into a very solid line. You know what? This game, this is what I'm talking about. Carlsen is actually okay with the draw. I can already tell from the opening choice. He didn't play the Caro-Can or something riskier. He's okay with the draw here as black against a very, very, very good player. Dominguez needs to push. I hope this is not a quick draw. I hope this is a prolonged struggle. As white, his job is to torture Carlsen. He is the one who helped popularize the D3 Spanish, which is what you saw in the World Championship match. Dominguez is kind of the godfather of that variation, that recent boost in popularity. He was the one who was one of the first players to start playing it all the time and squeeze little advantages. This is going to be a game where he's going to have to maximize because he's going to have to beat guys like Carlsen and Grishuk. Drawing them isn't enough. So I think Dominguez, I hope he takes some risk here. They're still within theory. This position's been played hundreds of times. I think Magnus beat Peter Sidler in Canada 2013 on the black side of this. But there's been lots of games on both sides. It's a little bit better for white, but not a lot. Oh, I'm rubbing my hands again. I'm just too excited. I'll stop. My bad. So 92. You don't necessarily put your bishop on b7 here because white just plays f3 and your bishop isn't doing anything. f3, the pawn is super solid, and the pressure, there is no pressure. So bishop b7 is not an automatic move. a5 also is not an automatic move because if white ever gets his knight to c4, it'll always be hitting a5, and that's a bit annoying, especially because it's on a dark square. So besides a5 and bishop b7, I'm trying to think of what the other moves are. I think bishop c5. Bishop c5 is a move here. Oh, bishop d6. Maybe that's the move I was thinking about. I don't play this variation as white, or I've maybe done it once or twice. Not my area of expertise yet. It's more of a top level opening. Bishop e6 played right away. Carlsen, I don't know if the clock times are right. It says Carlsen is down already, minute 10. But so far, all normal. We're still looking for white to complete development. And there you go. Bishop g5, h6. Now bishop takes f6 is possible here, and maybe trade off the light squared bishops, try to get your knight to f5 or d5. So bishop f6, g f6, knight a5 looks quite appealing in this position. I favor white. I favor white in that variation. Is knight a5 going to be played? I favor white, the knight against bishop. That's actually something Carlsen's been doing himself, knight against bishop with few imbalances. I think I like Dominguez's position here with knight a5. Then you bring your rook to d1. Yep, knight a5 has been on the board. He's going to try to trade off light squared bishops, and then you have f5 as a weakness, c4 is an outpost, d5 is going to be a square you can maybe put your rook on. This looks better for white, and it looks like the sort of position Dominguez loves. He's yeah, as I said, a very technical player, great technique. Now this is a nice position. This is a bit better for white, long term. You can take on e6, play knight c4, b3, and black can never dislodge that knight. I like white's position here. Dominguez, putting a lot of pressure on Dominguez so far. And He's gonna need to beat guys like Carlsen if he wants to finish on the podium this tournament. So at some point, rook d1, king f1 is going to happen. You're going to trade off the light square bishops. He's thinking about rook d1 first, some sort of finesse, some sort of improved move order. But and also if you take on e6, black takes back with the f pawn, f5 is no longer an outpost the knight can hop on. But c4 is long term. Okay, we have something different. Dominguez decided to trade on e6, play knight b7, and now rook here. And you're going to see a rook b7. That's the only move. You can't go rook d8. Bishop's pinned. So rook b7, rook d6. Dominguez transitioning to a better rook endgame based on the pawn structure. Actually, he's going to win a pawn. Carlsen is probably going to play something like rook d8 and try to take the second rank. You go for active counterplay. When you play defensively in these rook endgames, it's usually active counterplay that yields the best results. Dominguez up. Oh, this is annoying. Rook b4 is a threat. If rook e2, rook b4. You know what? I would have gone for the knight against bishop. I wouldn't have won a pawn. I'd rather play good knight against okay bishop. Because rook b8, you're threatening the b2 pawn. If rook e2, rook b4. And how do you defend a4? Not a huge fan of this. He's up a pawn, but he's got back rank issues. And most rook endgames when you're up a pawn like this are not so easy to convert. This game is trending towards a draw. That's my opinion. 4-on-4 on the king side, and one extra a pawn. Usually you can hold that. I am not impressed with how Dominguez has played this. Hope he proves me wrong. Rook e2. Oh, that's a nice move. Rook e2 forces king f1, playing on the back rank. I'm not impressed with how he played that position. I thought it was slightly better, and this is one of my criticisms, generally speaking. I mean, Carlsen could win this. He's going to double on the second rank. If you play rook e2, rook c1 forces the rook back to e1, then rook c2. Carlsen is getting the second rank. So now king g1 is forced, and now we might see even oh no, he got his rook here. Okay, well now, okay, so Dominguez freaking out, decides to bring his rook back, but now Carlsen can pick off a4. Completely drawn position, and in my opinion, a very disappointing game by Dominguez. In that a draw is okay, you draw Magnus, sure, but you're slightly better as white, and I don't think this was particularly hard to defend. I would have kept the knight on the board. That's something Carlsen's been doing all the time and has been yielding good results. So I would have taken a page out of Carlsen. I would have played knight against bishop, pushed some pawns on the other side of the board, and prolonged the game. As the players get down on time. So it looks like here this game is headed towards a draw, without a doubt. We're going to follow Grishuk Karyakin now, and they've agreed to a draw. Let's quickly jump into Grishuk against Karyakin. Where did I find it? Are you kidding me? There we go. Grishuk against Karyakin playing white against Grishuk. And we see a bit of a similar position as yesterday, Carlsen against Mamgiara final round. White is up a piece for just a pawn, so it should actually just be completely winning. Grishuk is going down to Karyakin, it looks like. Although, I'll say one thing. Alexander Grishuk beat Magnus Carlsen down a piece this year. So if there's anybody who can win down a piece, it's Grishuk. Now he's going to be down a piece and a pawn. I think this is over. I think this is totally over. Karyakin scores a big result and moves to 4-4 and probably clear first. We're going to review this game in a sec. Apparently it was pretty sharp, but this is a big result for Karyakin. Yeah, now knight c7. Knight c7 is a threat. Or actually bishop c4 is maybe more accurate. Either way, Grishuk resigns. Karyakin moves to 4-4. Let's quickly jump to Nakamura's game actually. See what our buddy Nakamura, how he's doing. He's playing Vidit, who's a very dangerous pairing. And I was just telling my buddy Elias in the other room, if Nakamura is playing Vidit, I think Nakamura is going to lose. And what we see here is Nakamura is down a pawn, trying to salvage a draw. It doesn't surprise me at all that he might be losing to Vidit. I did predict it during the break. This might be a draw, but white is up a pawn. Black's b4 pawn is doing a good job of holding white's queen side. Maybe a draw is a likely result, but still, either way, that's not really what Nakamura needs to get back. He's not really helping his tiebreak. Although Vidit will have probably have a good tournament. It's not a bad result, I guess, considering I thought he was going to lose. But as you can see, he's under pressure to lose almost every game. He's, you know, teetering on the edge of defeat. Guys, I'm not going to follow like 10 games at once, so I will check games when other games finish, potentially, but don't ask for too much during Blitz, because we don't have enough time to check too many games. So Vidit here trying to grind this position. What he needs to do... Oh, what the heck just happened? He played a4, check, hanging material. Rook a6, king here. And now Nakamura, I think it's still a draw, knight against rook. He's got an extra pawn. But they're going to play this game on for a while now. Nakamura's not the type to say, hey, this is a theoretical draw, let's shake hands, move on to the next round. Nakamura's going to play this on. Although knight and a pawn is even easier to draw. I'm not even sure the king can get in now. Can't get into a4. Oh, was that a blunder? That is a blunder. That allows this move. Oh no, now knight takes f4. Okay. It's a good thing you have king c3, because otherwise you can't afford to have this pawn roll down the board. Knight against pawn, knight and pawn against rook, just a draw, but we're going to see Nakamura play this on for a while, I think. That's maybe a win here is what he needs to get his momentum back. Unfortunately, with that extra pawn, it's not even black. Yeah, black has no chances of winning, barring a massive blunder. So Vidit trying to checkmate Naka here, maybe with b7 or king a7, b7, king up, b7, knight c6 sort of ideas. He's going to force Nakamura to sacrifice the rook for the pawn, or make a draw. So Nakamura is not going to win this game. It's going to be a draw. Nakamura moves to 2.5 out of 4, point and a half behind the lead. But there's 12 rounds today, and if he scores a few wins, it'll surely be less than 1.5 points at the end of it. So this game is going to be a draw. Karyakin 4-4. Carlsen in great shape with 3.5 out of 4. Rajabov against Adli was the other game of people with perfect scores. Let's quickly check that out. I can put the player names a little bit bigger. I can do that, sure. How's that? It's a little bit bigger for you. Let's check some other games here. Result. Any other games ongoing? I think all the games here are done. Huh. Ivanchuk is on his way back. Let's check this game. He lost the first round. How about you get Yasser in here, everyone takes their shirts off and we have a party. That's a pretty decent suggestion. I think it's a little early in the day though. It's like 8:30 a.m. Ivanchuk against Li Chao. He did win the game. I think he moves to 3 out of 4, unless he took another hit earlier on. And yeah, we're gonna see Ivanchuk back at the top boards pretty soon, hopefully. Looks like black here has a problem with the d6 pawn and the e4 pawn, especially the d6 pawn. And as a result, he had to open up his position to get rid of it. This pin is disgusting, and it's game over. Oh, that was not even hard. The d6 pawn deciding the game here. Yeah, Ivanchuk just used that pin to win pretty easily. How many more rounds? It's going to be 12 rounds today. 12 rounds. Why not streaming games from the official site? Because there's a stream on the official site if you want to watch yourself. I mean, they have the video, they have the official cameras and everything. That's the official stream on the official website. This is a little bit different, so you have your option. Don't think it's particularly good to just take the official website and copy that. Ivanchuk is the guy with sunglasses, right? No, that's Badr Jobava. He's wearing sunglasses, or at least he has been. I definitely, for example, I mean, I can't, they have video rights and everything like that, so I provide the link. If you type in !video, you can check out the official website. It's good they're sponsoring chess, and they have a good stream, so this is just an alternative where we have a little bit of fun. Yu Yangyi, oh, what happened to my board? Yu Yangyi here beat Dreyev. Yu Yangyi, by the way, finished very highly in the blitz portion, rapid portion. I think he finished near 5th place. He's a very dangerous guy. He won the Qatar Open. He has good memories there, and he can beat a lot of guys. I think he's going to be someone to watch if they're going to have a Chinese contender in their blitz portion. None of the Chinese players have ever won, I think, a World Blitz title, a World Rapid title, or of course a World Championship title. So that's something missing for sure. And I don't think they train as much Blitz and Rapid as, it's not part of their training regime as much. Although a lot, they're decent at it. They're not necessarily, I think, as addicted as some of us are to those, bullet and blitz sort of time controls. But we'll see. It might happen here. Karyak and Carlsen is official for round 5. Let's update that. That is going to be a great match to follow. So, talking about the last round, yeah, I think that last round kind of showed why I have a criticism of Dominguez, that he's going to finish near the top, but those sorts of games that he has where he trades off too quickly or is too technical for blitz, I think there's good reason why. I can criticize that because it's that last game. You got to try for more. You got to keep more pieces on the board. For sure, Magnus would have kept more pieces on the board. Naka, most of the top blitz players would have kept a knight. Knights are so good in blitz. People blunder against knight forks. We saw Anand. The reason Vasily Ivanchuk became the world champion is Vishy Anand lost the winning position against Ivanchuk, and he missed one of the most basic knight forks you could possibly spot. And that happens all the time in blitz. It's the knight moves that are the trickiest. Trading a good knight for that bishop is so bizarre to me, and I can't think of any other top player who would have played that move to enter a slightly better rook endgame. It means you're not going to lose the game, but it's perplexing beyond belief. I'm pissed off. Let me go back to that game for a second. Just thinking about that, you gotta beat Carlsen there. I mean, you gotta push. You gotta keep that knight, and you don't have any risk. There's no risk in that position. It's very frustrating because I think he's a very good player. When he was younger, he would take more risks. That's at least that's my observation. Rook d1, knight c4, king f1. I mean, knight c4. Let's say bishop c7, b3. This is always going to be better for white. You can never enter with the rooks. Always better for white. Rook e2, king f1. It's so strange to me. I'm certain that's a bad decision. So have the game started. Let me quickly check. games have not started yet. That's good. No, Blitz and Rapid Chess is not played like that. Blitz and Rapid Chess, as I was saying before, most of the guys who finish near the top are the aggressive players who take more risks and are streakier and take the initiative. Classical chess might be like that more, absolutely. Blitz and Rapid is completely different. Completely different. The one anomaly in that is that Veselin Topalov is not particularly good at Blitz, especially in Rapid he's okay, but he is a very aggressive player in classical chess. Besides that though, I mean, you do see the guys near the top, there's a higher percentage than normal, and even Carlsen himself. So we're waiting for the next round to start. Karyakin is going to be black against Magnus. They should be starting soon. But yeah, it isn't clear who's white and who's black in the layout. The first name is going to be the player playing white, and the next name is the player playing black. That's a good question. Who's playing which color? I have the pairing at the top of the screen. Whoever's name is first is playing white. Whoever name is second is playing black. That's what it will be always. Do I play any Crazy House? I've played a little bit this year. That's when I learned to play. Karyakin, after 4 rounds, Sergei Karyakin is in clear first with 4 out of 4. And now let's find the games. Where's the game? Donde está? Have they added the game yet? I'm on... yeah, that sound is from ChessBase, for those wondering. Okay, we're getting the game up right now. So this is what I see here. Carlsen, Karyakin, that's all set up. And the game has not started yet. Almost 1,000 viewers, gotta be a record. Usually it is a record. Yesterday we hit 3,100, maybe 3,150, which is amazing. I hope at some point we get high numbers again. Or actually 1,000 is already very high for my standards, but we have to see. We need Naka to make a comeback. We need Carlsen to lose some games. We want to see Carlsen on tilt. Not only does he play better, but it's great to see the field quite competitive, be very competitive. I want to see Carlsen get tortured a bit. He plays better like that anyways. You don't want it to be too easy. Hi chessbrah, should I be creative white or creative black? I think you can be more creative with white because you start off with a little bit of an advantage. So if you're white, you can be more creative. If you're black, if you're going to be creative and playing a creative opening with black that defies some principles, you're going to have a bad position. If you're creative as white, it might just be equal. So you have a bit more room to work with opening wise. That's Carlsen is actually playing creative openings. He's doing d4, knight c3 stuff, Jobava. As black, you could really get pushed off the board quickly. Do I like increments? It's better for chess. I'm better when there's no increment, or I used to be better when there's no increment, but now it's standard and that's fine. It's good to have a standard time control. It's too confusing. So now, generally, high-level blitz is always 3 minutes plus 2-second increment instead of sudden death. And it's still very exciting, and the games are actually still quite high quality with 2 seconds. So the moves are coming in quickly. Carlsen, Karyakin, round 5, Karyakin and clear first, playing against the guy he just lost a very tight World Championship match to. And Carlsen opts for knight f3, something they did not play in their match. Get rid of Facebook Messenger. Do I have Facebook Messenger on the screen? What? There's a Facebook message on the screen? I hope not. Oh, I don't have anything dirty on Facebook right now. Didn't say anything bad. So here we go. Can I put more scores next to Magnus? So can you please clarify? He's at 3.5 out of 4. I have it at the top of the screen. Oh, interesting opening. Do you know what this is? This is like a reversed reverse King's Indian, which means white is up a tempo. So 97 c4. So this is going to be quite similar to an opening called the Accelerated Dragon. Black will have a Marathi structure if white takes on d5. E5 and c5 do a job of restraining b4, d4, f4, all those moves. But yeah, we have a reverse opening, just the reverse. Kind of abstract, actually. The English is already kind of a reverse Sicilian, but this specific variation I have hardly seen. Magnus is not taking on d5 because he wants Sergey to take risks, play d4, take more space for himself, which might even be objectively better, but make the position more dynamic. Because if they trade on d5, that's actually quite equal. Magnus is clearly baiting him to play d4 and sharpen the position. So that's nice to see. So far everything is level. Both sides playing standard moves. Rook c8 is allowing Magnus to play b4. His idea is cb4, ab4, knight b4. Yes, black wins a pawn, but then the rook all of a sudden becomes active after ab4, chops this pawn on a7, and not only did white win the a file, he didn't lose any material for that. So that is the plan with b4, expanding some space because of this rook c8 move, which leaves a7 unguarded in that variation. And they've actually gone for it. So b4, take, knight b4, rook a7, dc4, knight c4. And the point is here, Magnus is going to say, hey, I have an advantage, even material, but my bishop is excellent here. And that's where my advantage lies. As an open position, I have a bishop. That means I'm slightly better. And I wouldn't disagree with that, although slightly is not necessarily a strong evaluation. This bishop is better than these two knights on e7 and b4. I agree with that completely. Is it enough to win? That's going to be tough. But I've seen it happen, especially in blitz, that you can at least torture your opponent a pretty long time, bishop and knight with rooks on the board. So even though if all the pawns are on the same side, it's still possible. Queen b3 after rook c4. Karyakin didn't trade queens. Rook c4, queen b3. That's a very tricky move. It's not easy to deal with this. Queen d4, hitting the rook, hitting the knight. Was queen d4 played? Queen d4 was played. Knight b5, queen c5, rook b7, knight c6. And yeah, we have this position. I gotta favor white. The knights are a bit loose. They don't have any solid footing in the middle of the board. The bishop, meanwhile, is very safe on g2. Puts a lot of pressure, controls a lot of squares. You got a rook on the 7th. I like the position for Carlsen right now against Karyakin. But this is hardly a draw yet. He's going to play this on. This is not that pleasant for Black to deal with, because you can easily have a piece loose or blend or something. Your knights are tied down to each other. Queen and rook don't have too many squares to work with. Just c1. Queen here on c5 can't go anywhere on the board. Has to protect the rook on c4. Definitely like the position for Magnus. He can play risk-free as is. He might play e3 at some point. He doesn't need to yet. e3 blocks the diagonal and just takes away d4 away from Black's knight. That's a preventive measure. After e3, maybe try to play h4, h5, h6, soften up some light squares. He went for e3, and he just blundered. Did he just blunder? I did not see that either. Knight a5 was a threat. Did anybody see that? It was too simple. I didn't know there was a threat. Stop that whistle. Oh, I'll stop the computer sounds. I didn't see that. I figured this was just a comfortable position with no threats. And Magnus Carlsen has just blundered the game. Not... What? What? He has just blundered the entire game. He just blundered a fork. And now he is down a queen for a rook. He's completely lost. I also didn't see that. But I'm not Magnus, and I'm not in a better position hanging a rook. So Carlsen may resign shortly. Perplexing, but this is Blitz chess. If you want to feel better about your chess compared to these top players, you watch Blitz, because they also make mistakes that you can poke fun at. That is as elementary as it gets. Carlsen is going down to Sergei Karyakin. Karyakin's going to move to clear first. Well, he's going to maintain clear first, 5 out of 5. Big result here on board 1, but White was better. He got relaxed. He played e3. Shouldn't have listened to me. Crazy. Let's just see. It would be epic if he doesn't win this game. So Magnus is going to play on, and we're going to see if he can score a miracle here. But that is just, that's a blunder. I mean, Aronian, Carlsen now. Who's going to be the next person to blunder something extremely basic? And we have somebody pledging $10 for every Carlsen loss. I love that idea. Thank you, Chess2, for 2526. If anybody wants to join you, that'd be funny. He says, I'm going to donate $10 for every Carlsen loss. So let's hope a few more people beat Magnus and widen the tournament. Yeah, I have a bet that Carlsen's going to win, and it looks like I'm going to be buying drinks pretty soon. No, this is just so lost. The only time a rook can draw a queen is when all the pawns are on the same side and you have a few more pawns. And when you have the rook, you can build a fortress sometimes. Although actually, Karyakin believes in fortresses. But here, there's 4 pawns apiece, tons of pieces on the board. This is just dead lost. No. Carlsen, everybody's going to lose a game this tournament. Everybody's going to lose a game. So this loss does not hurt his chances at all, because over 21 games, I expect him to lose a game or two, for sure. I remember he tied for first in the World Rapid Championship with 3 losses. 3 losses. He tied for first. Now this is 21 rounds. You can imagine how many losses Carlsen can take and still win the event. 3 losses in 15 rounds was enough to still tie for first. 1 loss for Carlsen's not going to kill him yet. Hanging a rook is very frustrating in a better position against a guy you just beat in the World Championship. But this one's not too concerning to me. Still, though, it shows everyone's human, and these guys are not blundering 2-move combinations, 3-move combinations. These guys are blundering sometimes 1-move forks, and that's a specialty to Blitz. Eric, have I ever blundered? I am flattered that you would ask such a question, Sorter11113. I take that as a compliment. Thank you very much for that question. They're still playing this on, trading everything off. Carlsen still putting up resistance. Rook against queen is lost, so if that knight and bishop get traded off, this is still losing, but Karyakin has to show a bit of technique. If Karyakin does not win this game, it is definitely extremely embarrassing. So I think Karyakin's not going to trade the knight for the bishop yet. He's just going to win. Knight and queen, extremely dangerous. He's bringing his king in here. Resignation is coming fairly soon. Well, actually, checkmate is coming fairly soon. Karyakin is about to win this without a doubt. Without a doubt, guys, he's going to win this game. He's putting... Oh. Yeah, he's got his queen and king in good position. You're going to see the queen against rook mate. Team Magnus taking a hit. And we did get a donation, actually, by chess242526. I think that was before the game, I can't tell. Or maybe you knew Magnus was going to lose. Pretty good, either way. Karyakin is moving in to checkmate Magnus Carlsen. We're going to see the last moments of Carlsen's round 5 life in the next few moments. Guys, I might need some security here. There's somebody making some weird noises nearby. But that's not stopping this game. What kind of apartment do I live in? It's a good question. Good question. This rook on h2 is going to hang. I believe he's just going to check, find the right check. Is that right? You can just check, and now check. Check on b8 and you win the rook. Game over. Karyakin beats Carlsen. Is there 50? What? What? They're checking if it's a 50 move draw rule. Guys, they've paused the game. Magnus Carlsen is asking if he has made a 50 move draw. Arbiters are checking. Magnus Carlsen trying to claim. But he's not at 50 moves. F4 was played on move 51. Okay, it's official. Carlsen loses. He was seeing if it was 50 moves, but I believe the last pawn move was way down. It wasn't even close. Or he was looking at threefold repetition, one of the two. Wasn't even close, actually. Carlsen loses. Let's go to another board. Hikaru Nakamura trying to find his chess again. He won against Knightage, so that's a good result for him. He moves to 3.5 out of 5, which should earn him a tough pairing next round. A nice grind here by Nakamura. Actually, a pretty one-sided game here. Okay, Nakamura wins. That's good. 3.5 out of 5. Story of the round: Carlsen loses Carlsen loses to Karyakin by hanging. A rook. I want to go back to that just to show people, just quickly, what just went on. Why did he sacrifice his queen, Eric? Why didn't he give up the rook? Well, the problem is you move your queen out of the way, and then your knight is hanging when the rook falls. So let's say I play queen here. I take here. I'm down a rook. Now I'm only down an exchange. But, of course, down an exchange is much better than sacrificing your queen. But this knight is also hanging. So everything falls from this blunder. There's also this move queen a4, and that's what I have to think about. Why wasn't queen a4 played? Can someone tell me? This is what I'm trying to analyze. Why would he sack the exchange instead of the queen? Because now it looks like it's all protected. I can't say for sure, but I'm not sure. Queen a4. Wait, am I hanging something? Queen a4 looks very provocative, but it seems safe. I think he could have done this. At least I'm going to need a convincing move to tell me otherwise. And you're down in exchange here. Okay, it's still losing. A rook b8. Ah, rook b8. I figured rook b8, there were some tactics. But you're right. Okay, rook b8. Rook b8 is fine, there's no back rank. So, just the horrendous blunder. Yeah. I forgot there was queen c8. I always had this impression rook b8 never worked. I had queen a8 check and back rank mate, but there's just queen c8. All Twitch alerts are off. Let me put that back on, Chess2, for apologies. So, Carlsen loses. Grishuk apparently got crushed by Salem. F5 is a nice move, stopping white from getting e4 in the future. And now d5 is going to be a weak point. It's a pass pawn, but it can also be pretty weak. Ooh. No. This is just great for white. Somebody said Grishuk got crushed. Somebody said Grishuk got crushed by... Salem. This definitely doesn't look like crushed to me. It looks like white might have been winning and blundered. So, I don't know whoever reported that. I think he might have gotten the names confused. After bishop takes here, you can take back and you have compensation, or you can throw in this move. Also with... Okay, Grishuk flagged. That makes a lot more sense. Grishuk flagged, but that's a big result. As he is the reigning World Blitz champion and a guy who poses a lot of problems for Carlsen. Although Carlsen beat him in the World Rapid Championship pretty comfortably. The top 5 after 5 rounds. After 5 rounds, Sergei Karyakin's at 5 out of 5, and there are 3 players in second place. Daniil Dubov, very good blitz player, playing quite a bit. Yu Yangyi, as I said, he's very dangerous. Yu Yangyi, you gotta watch out for that guy. Ahmed Adli beats Ganguly. So those are the top 4, and then there's a bunch of people in 5th place. We got Salem, Adiban, Vishy, Matlakov, Chobava, Jobava's near the top. Jobava's playing Salem. Jobava Salem is going to be a fun game. Would you guys rather see Jobava? So Jobava Salem is a very exciting game. Carlsen's playing Melkumian, which might be a very solid game. And Karyakin's playing Adli. And Adli's an exciting player as well. So Karyakin, Adli, or Jobava Salem. Those are my recommendations that we watch. Let me know what you think in the chat. Nakamura Morozevich. Nakamura Morozevich on board 7. You have 3 options. And go in the chat. Nakamura Morozevich, Salem Jobava, Adli Karyakin. We are not going to follow Magnus immediately this next round after he crushed some people's hearts by hanging the game. Those are some exciting pairings. How's Nepo doing? I'll check in a second. Naka Morozevich looks like it's the most popular. Jobava, okay. So we'll start off with Morozevich against Nakamura. I believe that one is a good choice because Morozevich gave a lot to chess. Very exciting player. He was unable to keep his level. But this guy, remember, hit 2800 live FIDE before, or 2799, and is one of the most creative players of all time. I mean, in his prime, he's simply a stronger version of Jobava, who's already super good. He was like, you know what I mean, like. So we'll actually check that game out. We are going to follow. We're going to follow Morozevich with white against Nakamura, because that could be a high flying game. Nepo's at 3.5 out of 5. But this is an exciting round. Is Naka a chessbrah nemesis? Yes. He likes to feed on us. He likes to feed on us whenever he's not feeling good. What's up, Disaster? What's going on with Aronian? Aronian's on tilt. He lost against Nils Grandelius from an extremely winning position. And he's been on tilt. And understandably so. There are many people on tilt right now. I am sure the swear words per minute has peaked since the Rapid event. Like the Blitz event, people are really swearing a lot more than, like, if we could listen in on the conversations of the locker room convos, I'm sure you'll hear a lot of Russian swears, swear words, and some other languages as well. Because we're seeing blunders. I mean, maybe Magnus swore. He did it last year when he lost to Ivanchuk in Berlin. Or he let out a roar even yesterday or the day before. He lost and he just yelled. I think there are a lot of players right now who are like in the hole. Chess24 says Dima won his game. Please check. Verm, you said you'd donate $100 if Dima won his game. So, do you want me to check? He lost his game. Dima lost his game, Verm. So you don't have to donate $100. Your bet is safe. Am I watching Salem? Actually, we're going to watch Alexander Morozevich against Hikaru Nakamura. Board 7, but should be a lot of fun. Locker room talk. What are the rules for threefold repetition? I don't have time to check it again. Somebody else could check it. If the same position happened 3 times, same person to move. I understand that's a repetition. Same position. Doesn't have to be 3 moves in a row. Just has to occur on the board 3 different times. That's a draw, I think. This is a draw. Round 6 starting soon. Sergei Karyakin in clear first with 5 out of 5. Magnus Carlsen finds himself in familiar territory, down a point and a half. Round 6 starting soon. Waiting for that. It's the Fury with the subscription. Thanks for supporting the channel, dude. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And now we got the board set up. You see that this should be a really fun game. You don't get to see Morozevich play too much. Ronda Rousey against Nunes. I hope Coach Edmond is not allowed in the arena. I think actually I picked Nunes to win. But yeah, I think Ronda is a favorite. She's just kind of pissing me off recently, and she also wants to leave MMA after only a few years. So, but yeah, no. Thanks for that donation. Chess Athlete with also a subscription. Yeah, UFC is in tomorrow. I'm picking my favorite fight is Cruz against Garbrandt, and I'm thinking Garbrandt might score an upset with a knockout, which is extremely unlikely odds-wise, but I think he's a very dangerous match. UFC tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that after the final day of the World Blitz. Guys, what can I say? We got a Sicilian here. That's exactly what we want to see. A sharp Sicilian. Morozevich Nakamura. Get the energy up for this one. Morozevich playing white. He's going to attack. You got a few attacking ideas. Queen f3 here. You threaten e5. Rook on a8 hanging. You might be playing Queen f3 on the board. The queen transfers to g3. What is this? Yeah. So this is an interesting move order because h6 has been inserted. h6 is not normally on the board in a normal Sozin Sicilian. The Sozin Sicilian is bishop c4. This is not a direct transposition, guys, because there's a pawn on h6. Hinged Emu, thank you for that donation. Fap time. This is a great match. Queen b7, queen g3. This is all theory, except that there's a pawn on h6. So I'm trying to think about who this favors, and I'm not a Najdorf player too much, so maybe somebody in the audience knows. There's h6 insertion. Robin might know. That's a target. I mean, then when there's often lines in this variation when black castles bishop h6 is a move, knight e8 is theory. So h6, I'm not sure h6 is. I don't think it's beneficial for Naka. That's my first impression. I'll might be wrong, but I got to give an opinion on that. I believe that favors white. It's a target. G5 played. Okay, we're gonna see Naka expose his king again, expose himself in public here, but it might pay off against Morozevich. Somebody's going down here. Not a pleasant. I think if you're white, you're playing Sicilian, your opponent plays G5. I think you're mixing up a few plans here. I think Naka's being very creative. But this doesn't look sound. I like Morozevich's position. I even have an idea, guys, of playing rook d1, rook d6, sacrificing a rook for the dark squared bishop and a pawn. Because h6 and g5 has been played, black's dark squares are really weak. I think Morozevich could crush Naka with a couple more accurate moves. This does not look like a sound opening at all for Naka. I have no idea what he's doing. He's making weaknesses. I don't know what Naka's doing. He's making weaknesses. He's taking liberties again in regards to his king position. And I don't hope, but I think it would be nice to see Morozevich be a contender in this Blitz event because the guy's had a few rough years. This is not sound for Nakamura, but in a blitz game, you can get away with that. It's just that he's actually playing with fire because it's Alexander Morozevich, one of the best attacking players in chess history when he's in form. So should be exciting. Black's problem here is if white holds the balance, doesn't make a blunder, plays solid, consistent chess here. I think the weaknesses that black has made around his king are gonna come into the open pretty soon. He's opening up the files. As the files open up, white slowly creeps towards black's king. This is not healthy long term. Long term, this is not a healthy position. There are tricks for black, as every knight dwarf has resources and lots of tactics, but objectively, white is doing very well right now. But I don't know what Nakamura is doing in these openings. Playing g5 as black, g4 as white, never castling, and he's going to get hunted down pretty soon. I don't know. This looks like a dream knight dwarf position. You're preparing your attack without black attacking you. Pawn structure favors white. Piece activity in the center favors white. Knight on f4 looks nice right now. At some point, it's going to get kicked out. Right now, Morozevich is doing very well. Nakamura needs this win. He takes another loss. He's almost, I would think he's getting close to being eliminated. Okay, Morozevich takes a bishop, plays b3. First of all, endgame, almost winning for white. Two bishops, pawn on a5 is weak, open a file for white to attack. Besides that, very solid pawn structure. So time situation favors maybe Nakamura. Tricks, he's very tricky in lost positions. But objectively, this position is getting very close to objectively lost. The king will not find a safe square in the long run. The bishop can go to d4 at some point. If the king goes to g7, there's going to be some nasty pins. I really like the position for Morozevich here. A4 is a goner, so Morozevich is going to be up a pawn. If he keeps his cool here, he's going to win. It's now a winning position. He's going to win a pawn. Oh, and Nakamura is doing his attacking stuff now. Yeah, here comes the Naka cheese, where in a lost position, instead of going down slowly, he's very tough, very resilient, and he plays a more challenging move that could be punished, but he understands people don't have enough time to punish that move with limited time. So he sacrificed the piece for two pawns, but he was already down a pawn. So Nakamura is now down a piece for just a pawn. That is completely losing. There is no mate here. The pawn on e4 blocks that. He's getting pretty close to being done. He's going to play knight g6, put that knight on f4, but Morozevich is going to play bishop g3 after knight g6. So I believe Morozevich is going to beat Nakamura here, but we still have a few more moves to go. And what you want to do as white is just get the queens off the board so there's no more risk. Now knight f5 looks next. Oh, knight f5. Whoa, knight f5, knight f3 check. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did Morozevich just blunder? Has Morozevich just blundered? No, because the bishop h4, bishop b6, bishop f2, queen here, check. Getting very sharp. No, the two bishops and the passed d-pawn should be enough, but this, you can spoil this in time trouble. You can hallucinate. With that pin, you can hallucinate. And now queen takes f2 is a very dangerous threat here. How do you stop it? How do you stop queen f2? d7. No, d7 doesn't work. The Nakamura, wow. Incredible. Queen f2 looks like it's working to me still. Is it? Is queen f2 working? Why can't you play queen f2? You're down a pawn, but there's opposite bishops. Naka is coming up with some... Yeah, they agreed to a draw. Nakamura, wow. Wow. What can you say? Down a piece, he finds a bunch of tactics and... like, you play bishop h4, you don't expect your opponent to immediately move bishop b6 because now you can just move your bishop back. So down, yeah, that is crazy. By the way, most likely in this position, Morozevich just needs to attack the bishop. I'm sure it's winning, but again, low on time, it happens. Very resourceful, that's the strength of Nakamura, displayed right here. He gets lost position, and he somehow finds a way to save it. I don't have anything else, like, crazy. Uh-oh. That's a donation from Nakamura. Great job picking against me. We'll play later today. Let's check another game. That's a bit scary. Carlsen against Melkumian is ongoing. What's happening to my board? Uh-oh. My board is getting messed up. Stop it. Carlsen playing black against Melkumian here. And it looks like it's a winning pawn endgame. Okay, I'm going to add Twitch alerts back on the screen. In case you guys donate or subscribe, it's going to pop up. Carlsen here. Yeah, this is just the winning pawn endgame. Let's see what we missed. Okay, so this endgame is even material and objectively drawn with a correct play. But the e5 pawn is a target and is a long-term target, and black's king is well placed on f7 for pawn endgames. Magnus just, what can we say? Magnus is winning equalish positions as he always does. When he gets these positions, he's like second to none, and he doesn't like this is his. He's won every endgame he's entered, and the games he's lost they've just kind of been random, blundering, playing a really bad opening that's unnecessary that he knows is bad. So here he's just going back to his bread and butter, winning a minor piece endgame, not even up a pawn. Not even up a pawn. His intuition there is crazy good. Makes it look so easy. Carlsen moves to 4.5 out of 6. Let's check on the game of Karyakin's. By the way, I'm still very impressed by how Naka saved that. Where's Karyakin's game? Who did Karyakin play? He played Adli, and he beat Adli. Oh, and he got a huge opening advantage against Adli, from what it looks like. Yeah, Karyakin beating Adli out of the opening. The knight here gets trapped. Here there's a dual threat of potentially trapping the knight pretty soon and also taking on d6. Yeah, you're threatening to trap a knight by playing a4 and then rook c2, and you're also threatening c takes d6 and rook c7. So he went for rook c6 to stop rook c7, then a4 traps the knight. Okay, so Karyakin wins easily. He moves to 6 out of 6. 6 out of 6. Sergei Karyakin, that would be a great end of year for him to win a world title. But yeah, he just won out of the opening. Karyakin converting pretty easily there. Not the whistle, yeah, sorry about the whistle. Tilted by the whistle. How do I turn it off? I'm tilting you guys, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry for that at all. But let me turn it off. I know how to turn it off. I'm gonna go to my volume mixer and turn it off. There's no more whistle. No whistle is triggering you. Dominguez has lost. Let's check what happened there. Lenny Dominguez losing with white. That's a rare occurrence, and it's a Najdorf out of all openings. By the way, if you want to study the Najdorf, one of the best players to study theoretically and just positionally is Radoslav Votashik, former second of Anand. His Najdorf is incredible. I remember he beat Robin. He beat Robin really badly with it one time, but Robin beat him the most recent encounter in the Bundesliga. But yeah, his Najdorf is really good. I don't know if it's because of this game, but just in general. That's all he plays. He doesn't play the Berlin, one of the few 2750 rated players who does not play the Berlin or have it in his arsenal almost at all. Yeah, this is just a very pleasant endgame because of the e5 isolated pawn. Wins a pawn. Now he has a 4-2 majority. And let's see that technique. Let's see that technique. Oh, 2 pawns beats a rook. 2 pawns and a king beat a rook. So this is resignable. This is resignable. Rook here, yeah. He made it look easy. Very, very nice game by Blatashik to win this endgame comfortably. Rook b5, rook takes, and now quickly use your majority before white queens that pawn. Very nice game by Radoslav Blatashik here. So we're going to see him on a top board as well. Threatening knight b4 and rook b6. Hello, Monozevich. What's up? This streamer likes to blow the whistle. No, I don't like to blow the whistle. That's not me. No more rubbing my hands and no more whistling. Aronian won. Ah, big match here. Yu Yangyi lost to Dubov. Dubov was very good at Blitz. He played at the top boards last year in Berlin. Lots of games of those are online. And he was winning against Magnus. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. Let's see what's going on. Vishy Anand wins on board 4. The guy is a contender in every single event. Yesterday, very unfortunate blunder against Ivanchuk. He wins with blocking against Matt Lakov. Salem draws Jobava. Whoa. Let's look at Salem's game against Jobava. That would have been a very good game to follow as well. We just have too many games. Too spoiled. Salem playing white against Jobava. And was it as advertised? Yes, it is. It's already dynamic now. White getting the space, redeploying the bishops. Black playing, okay. Sacking an exchange. I'm sure he knew this was an exchange sacrifice. 100% sure that white did not blunder that exchange. And that's why Jobava took so long to take it. Knight f7. Very nice. Queen takes, king e7. Knight c4. This is what we're talking about. White down an exchange, but has... Well, actually, wait. White is down a rook. That makes more sense. White is down a full rook. Now he's down a piece for 3 pawns and king position. That's probably a winning position. This looks like a completely crazy game. Did you think he was checkmating? Is knight d4 hanging a piece? Knight d4 hangs a piece. Bishop a5, king d7. Whoa. What's going on here? What's going on here? Knight here. Bishop e1. Because of king h2, queen e5 check. Bishop e1. Queen takes, rook here. Bishop d6 here. Oh, it's not a draw. Jobava won. Oh no, Jobava won. My bad. The game is marked down as a draw. Most likely a DGT problem. If you put the kings on the wrong square in a DGT board, it's going to tell you something. No, Jobava here handled the complications and won very comfortably, but a completely crazy game. It looks to me like Salem hung a piece. I can't describe it in any other way. He hung a piece with knight d4. So, crazy game here, very exciting. Those players are providing a lot of entertainment. Big result, guys, on board 8. Alexander Ryazantsev beats Yan Nepomniachtchi. Ryazantsev was near the top boards yesterday. He had a pretty epic game against Anand at the World Rapids yesterday. He beats Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi is one of the big favorites in the Blitz, but he really crashed yesterday. Anton Korbov lost as white to Tamer Rajabov. We just got results and blood all over the place. MVL, who's supposed to be a very good Blitz player, he actually is a really good Blitz player. I've seen him give time odds against GMs, big time odds, and wipe them off the board. He just hasn't found his form so far in Qatar. All right, we're moving to round 7, are we not? Round 7 starting soon. I'm gonna take a quick break. This is tough to commentate on. Holy smokes. Be right back, guys. Round 7. Pairings for round 7. Magnus Carlsen playing Ahmed Adli. Board 1, Daniil Dubov against Sergei Karyakin. Board 2, Viswanathan Anand against Badr Yobava. Out of those 3 games, which one do you want to watch? Jobava, Anand, Karyakin, Dubov, or Carlsen, Adli? I think you should pick one of the other games besides Carlsen, to be honest with you. Magnus, we're going to get plenty of games afterwards. He's going to catch up. But you got to respect Karyakin. He's in first place. And you got to respect Jobava and Anand. Those guys are warriors as well. So pick between Dubov, Karyakin, and Anand Jobava for this round. And I'll be right back with the action. Guys, apparently there's a 30-minute intermission break. So you don't have to deal with me for, an extended period of time. I'll probably be back in about 20 minutes for round 7, World Blitz Chess Championships. Magnus Carlsen once again having to come back as he lost early on against Sergei Karyakin. Karyakin's 6 out of 6. Nakamura still extremely shaky chess. Needs to find his form very soon, or his tiebreaks are going to eliminate him from contention. And we got Vishy and Jobava next round, most likely. So we got a bit of a break here, guys. No, I'm not. I'm not going to play some chess. And stay tuned. I'm not. Just putting the intermission sign on the board. We'll be back soon. Alright, guys, we actually have a halftime show. I'll let the man of the hour introduce himself here. We have a few positions to look at before round 7. I'll let him take you through it. One sec. There you go.
Nice.
And you just click on the board, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, gentlewomen. No, I'm not Yasser, unfortunately. Dr. O here. How are you guys? Are you guys enjoying the results so far? So we do have some positions here actually, and some tactics. But before we talk about the tactics, this is kind of like the halftime show. I'd like to know what you guys think so far about the first half of the tournament. Hi, Travis. Hi, Chessmaster. Hi, Black Albino. Hi, Kilimanjaro. Tony Cruz. The Malone Ranger. AWPCSGO. Justila Vamos. Michael. Yeah, so what do you guys think? I know we have some position. We have a position here, but I just want to put up really quickly, kind of like the results. So maybe we can recap that a bit and just kind of see what we think about the current state of the tournament at the moment. So let me see how this looks on stream here. Okay, I think I'm gonna have a little bit of difficulty doing this. It's not as trivial as I thought it was. Okay, there we go. I think there shouldn't be a problem with me opening this tab here. All right, World Blitz. Ranking cross table after this many rounds. Yeah? I'm just putting the standings up. Yeah, this is, yeah, I think this is going to be a little difficult. I'm not an OBS warrior like Eric is here. So impressed by Karyakin, depressed by Naka. Hansen got hacked. Yes, he got hacked. Yeah, so this is, yeah. I don't know how to do this. This is very different. This is very difficult. Anyways, let's go back to tactics then. It's something I know what to do. Yeah, so if we look at standings, Karyakin is in first at the moment with 6 points. Danny Dubov is second with 5.5. And then in third place, we have Anand and Jobava. And in the rest, we have 4.5, which includes Carlson. So I think something that's very surprising so far is that Karyakin has 6 points out of 6. His game against Carlson was very interesting. Apparently, Carlson had a threefold repetition that he wasn't able to call because he was low on time. And regarding Danny Dubov, he's a young, talented kid from Russia who specializes in these faster time controls. And they play next. They're both, I think, from the Moscow region. I think Karyakin is originally from Ukraine and now living in Russia. And then for the next, pairings, we also have Carlson playing Ahmed Adli from Egypt. Frankie Edgar. Who's Frankie Edgar? Tech Gambino. Anyways, let's go to this tactic. And this is white to play here. I'd like to know what you guys would do here. Take, a couple seconds, couple minutes to kind of appreciate the position and maybe suggest a variation that you think would be best for white. So this is white to move. White is down 2 pawns. However, he does control the 7th rank with his rook. He does have a nice c file, and the bishop is pinned on d7. So if you're a white here, what are some candidate moves you would consider? Queen sack. So the Malone Ranger says queen sack. Which queen sack? The Malone Ranger. Big blunder. My name is Dr. O. I have an emoji right here, actually. Tabar Jack. Karyakin's from Crimea, Russia. This is true, but I do believe on his passport it still says that he was born in Ukraine. The Malone Ranger, all of them. Okay, 96. So a 96 check, which a lot of people are suggesting. What happens if I play rook takes e6 here? Nakamura, thanks for the donation. I think you are right. Twitch alerts is off. Let me open up Streamlabs to take a look and read out any donations that do pop up. So Nakamura says, why did bishop takes f2 not work in my game? Well, I'll take a look at that shortly. Yeah, so after knight e6, rook takes c6, the idea is if I take here, I can take on d4 with check. But other people are suggesting after knight takes e6, rook takes e6, rook takes d7 check. And then rook takes d7 check. What happens if I take on d7 now? Have I been reading Karyakin's passport? Yes, yes. I do own his passport. It's available on 4chan. Actually, the solution is not 96 for the reasons I just mentioned here. But someone did show the solution. My name is Elias Usidik. You actually Google my name and you'll see it pop up if you are really curious as to who I am and why I'm here. So actually, I see CPT Candy 12 and Swap for Prez did actually show the correct solution. So the solution here is queen takes e4, rook takes e4, and the very beautiful solution here is now rook c6. And the idea with this is that the bishop is pinned with the king, the knight is hanging, and the rook is being attacked here as well. So if I take the knight right here on f4, I can just take the bishop, and then I'll win the bishop here thereafter. And if I decide to take the rook right here, what do you guys do now after rook takes c6? Nice one, BJH. I can consider taking on c6 right here. And then when they take on f4, take on d7. And after white takes on d7, right, what's white's threat here? White's threat is to promote the queen on d8. So a natural move by black thereafter is to prevent that idea with rook d4. And after preventing the idea of the rook d4, because the king is on the 7th rank along with the rook, we do have the nice and elegant mate in 2 idea with d8 equals queen check, rook d7, and we have checkmate thereafter. So congratulations to Swap for Prez and as well CPT Candy 12 for the nice elegant solution they suggested, starting with queen takes e4, rook takes e4, and rook 1 c6. Do doctors prefer bishops over knights while playing chess? I prefer my bishops. This channel really likes their 2 bishops, and for good reason. Rubik87 says promote to a rook. Yeah, I agree. You guys keep on saying Dima. Who is Dima? Who is Dima? Yes, I'm rated 2162 FIDE. USCF is 2250 maybe, and CFC, which is Canadian rating, I think is 2350. So those are my accolades. If I want to flex some chess muscles, that Eric can flex even harder. Okay. So that's one position. If you want to see another position here, this is another tactic solution. This one I was looking at it last night and it's considered very hard. So I'll give you guys maybe a couple of minutes to ponder over this position. It's white to move. The nice thing I like to do with tactics is immediately I like to see what material is. So white has 2 pieces, black has 2 pieces. White has a rook, white has 1 rook, black has 1 rook. White has 1 queen, black has 1 queen. Pawn count is black has 7 pawns and white has 6 pawns. However, white's rook is en prise and black's knight is en prise, and it's white to move. So I'll give you guys some time. Risey Jade, how's life? Life is great. Oh, Dima, you're talking about Mohammed Dima. Okay, yes. Yes, I've been following him. Yes, he is a fighter. Yes. I hope he wins. In Rapid, it's very hard for the lower rated player to have a good result because there's a lot of, you have to be a good chess player. But for Blitz, you can be a little dirty. You can be a Lafont. You can pull a Lafont, and flag someone when you necessarily don't have a good position. So I keep on seeing Queen H6. So can you guys suggest a full line with Queen H6? So what do you do after Queen H6? That's what I'm really curious about here. What do you guys suggest after queen h6 check? Hi, Spaghetti Bowl. Yes, I was actually because I live in the U.S. now, so you are right. I did miss out on the NB closed. Queen sack. I like the idea of the queen sack, but give me a line. How do you follow up with a queen sack? Because I'm pretty sure in a game, you wouldn't be so eager to immediately play queen h6 check. You would have to ponder over the move for a few seconds before actually playing it. Because giving up a queen is do or die. I keep on saying I think queen h6 works. Give me a line, please. Give me a line. And the big boys are soon going to be playing soon. So this will be the last puzzle, and then Mr. Eric Hansen will be taking over. So Johan suggests queen h6, king h6, knight f5 check, king g5, h4 check, king h5, and bishop e2 checkmate. So let's try to refute that line. So after h4 check, what happens if I go king f4? So there are a lot of lines here that one needs to consider. And is there a mate here after king f4 instead of playing king h5? Carlsen hasn't gone through puberty yet? Well, he can grow a mean beard. D is for death. I is for IM. M is for MF. A is for end it all. Because Dima is cool. Learn grammar. Bigfoot. I like it. So one person is suggesting king g8 for queen h6. Like this. However, that's a good suggestion, yeah. I could live with that. Maybe a move like bishop takes g6 is good here. Or maybe a move like rook e2. Yeah, okay. But as white, I'm happy here. Bishop g6 might even be working here. Like a move like this. Rook takes g6 here, and then checkmate. So I know the big boys are starting soon, so I will put up the solution here. I'll give you guys about 30 more seconds, and then I'll put the solution up soon. Thanks, Spaghetti Bowl. Round 7 starting soon. So yeah, so let me put the solution up. So the answer is queen h6 check, king takes h6, knight f5 check, king h5, and now f4. A very nice move. Very calm, cool, and collected move f4. Amazing move, really. What's the idea? If I take the rook, we have checkmate. If I take the knight, I have check, king h4. I'd like to play rook h6 check, but the problem is the king gets the g3 square. So what do I do now? Another very nice, clean move and quiet move, king h2. And what's my deal with king h2? I'm threatening rook h6, checkmate. So the natural question is, what do I do if black takes the rook? g3, checkmate. So I think this was a nice, amazing solution where white plays two very quiet moves. Plays knight f5 check, f4, calm, cool, and quiet. Take the knight, bishop e2 check, king h4, and to finish it off, a nice quiet move with king h2. Take the rook and checkmate. And with this, I'll pass on the mic to Mr. Eric Hansen. It was a pleasure doing the halftime show with y'all, and I'm cheering for Carlsen. I need to be honest. I'm cheering for Carlsen. I'm looking forward to what Naka has to bring to the table. It's going to be an exciting final few rounds of the first day of Blitz. Thanks, y'all, and see you soon.
All right, guys, I'm back. We're starting pretty soon. Let's get rid of that. Thanks for staying around for that halftime show. Okay. Where is Yasser, guys? Yasser is a guest. He's a pretty busy guy. He's not. I mean, he's not streaming full time. This is. It's just an honor to have him join sometimes, but I mean, it's it's me commentating most of the time. That's the reality. We can't expect Yasser to spend too much time here when he's got family obligations around this time of year. Okay, let's get ready to go. If you guys want, I can put the standings on the screen. How far away are you from top 10 donors, Amadan? Let me tell you. I have to update the list. You're actually in the top 10. You are in the top 10. Actually, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, you're not in the top 10. Top 10 is 426. You're about 50. You're $50 away from the top 10, Amadan. But you are in the top 15 in our donor list, and I will reflect that shortly. Right now. There you go. You're on the list now. Okay. Let's see if round 7 is set up yet. It is set up. Have the game started? I think they maybe have. Vichy against Robava. Oh man, I am way behind. Sorry, I did not know the broadcast already started. That's my apologies there, everybody. Let's begin. Vichy against Robava is right in the middle of the game right now. I'm sorry about that. Did not get the cue that the break was over. I wasn't sure how long it was. And here we go. The game's already started. These players both have 5 out of 6 are a full point behind Karyakin, but they're in comfortable second place here. Games have continued. Thanks for staying here. And this is the middle game we have right now. White has 2 bishops. Black has a pawn center. A very, very nice pawn center. White has this very far advanced A pawn that's going to distract the rook. But this is as double-edged as it gets, because this pawn is going to go to e4. This bishop is going to go to d6. Black's going to have this really nice diagonal and this space for this knight to jump. This rook wants to go to g8. If White's pawn here doesn't dictate the play, this pawn on a6, Black has a nice position in some dynamically. Think of the Shvezhnikov. Think of those openings. Well, in this case, he doesn't have a bad pawn structure. He has a lot of those trumps. c5 played. This is Vichy Anand as white against Jobava as black. This is the current fault with the position, that d5 is loose. The only way to defend that is to bring the knight somewhere, then the queen defends it. Problem is you can't move the knight because e5 is hanging. That is a tough tough situation there. I'm not sure Jobava should have pushed the pawn there. Instead, he has to sacrifice the pawn. He plays bishop f6. Still very unclear. Problem is you can't play e4 because f5 is hanging. Looks like Anand is in control right now. As more pieces get traded off, first of all, he's up a pawn. Outside pass pawns get stronger as the game goes on as well because pieces have to start focusing on defending against that threat rather than go for checkmate. Vishy's up a pawn here. I can't help but think black went wrong here. Somewhere here. In maintaining that pawn center, but it's very hard to play accurately when you have so many loose pawns like that. Right now, Vishy is going to convert this, or going to try to convert it, I should say. He blundered a pawn up endgame yesterday against Ivanchuk. But what your plan is here is white. The pawn on a6 is defended by the bishop. So why don't you bring this rook from the a file to the b file at some point, or the c file, and enter the 7th. Get on the 7th, because you don't need to. You're not going to push a7 right away. You don't need to do that. F5 is also something you might want to harass. You want to provoke black to push f4. Then you could blockade all 3 pawns on the light squares, something that black has no control over. Either way, Vishy has got a fantastic position here. I'm going to check back very soon on the Carlsen game. I suspect with a few accurate moves, this game might be close to over. The extra pawn is enough. Sorry, he's not up a pawn. What am I talking about? I thought he won a pawn. He was down a pawn when I came to the board. He is not up a pawn. Everything I just said. I came to the board and I saw this position and I thought he was even material. I had no idea Vishy was actually down a pawn because I saw white win a pawn. He's actually not up material. Everything I say stands except the pawn up. Endgame favors the outside pass pawn. Controlling this, I don't see how black utilizes it. The pawns are a bit loose. But he's not up a pawn, which means the evaluation's not winning. That's a great correction. That's what I get for jumping into the game a bit late. Karyakin has drawn with Daniel Dubov. What happened with Jobava? They are still playing. GM Scrublord. You can call me GM Scrublord. That's okay. Magnus blundered a rook, so I can blunder a pawn and still be better than Magnus Carlsen, right, guys? So give me, I don't mind forgetting where the pawn goes, who's up a pawn. He blundered a full rook against Karyakin, so we have a lot of room to work with over here. Aronian blundered as well. We have a lot of blunders we can use. Jobava and Anand has agreed something with the clock happened, and it's been agreed a draw because of some controversy over here. So we're going to switch the game to Carlsen. Something happened. The players agreed to a draw. Let's go to Adley, Carlsen. Ahmed Adley, a huge underdog against Carlsen here. Sort of GM that Carlsen eats regularly, just like myself. Magnus here. Oh, Magnus is just up 2 knights. I know, the game is over. Carlsen wins. King takes f4, knight e6 check, king e5, knight, and you're up a rook and a pawn. Nothing to say here. Dima won? Ooh, interesting. Interesting. The guy in last place who went 0 out of 15 won. And somebody said they donated $100 if the guy who went 0 to 15 won. Jobava, by the way, there are some blitz rules. If you violate a blitz rule, I believe you get forfeited automatically. So what that means is whatever happened in the Jobava-Anand game, I believe there was some sportsmanship for both players to agree to a draw. Because normally if somebody makes a mistake, you make an illegal move, you queen incorrectly, the punishment on blitz is more severe because the games are worth less. Usually the tournaments are longer, games are worth less. They agreed to a draw out of sportsmanship or something that, I'm understanding that might be the case, because I don't know what rule would make this a draw unless the players just agree to it. Usually you get penalized by taking time off your clock, or you just get forfeited. So they definitely had some sort of sportsmanship there in this game between Vishy and Jobava. Let's check on Nakamura. Nakamura beat Noctron Son. Naka. The Naka attack is in full force. We have a Ragozin over here. Let's see what happened. Ooh, 2 bishops for white. Better structure, open files. This does not look pretty. Oh, Naka really crushed this guy. Oh dear. A very smooth game from Nakamura. He gets a serious opening edge, 2 bishops, better structure, better everything actually. Here, this position is not a position you give to Naka. He's not bad at converting positions. His issue so far in Qatar has been getting bad positions, making blunders, making oversights. It's not a case where he's been getting good positions and blundering. No, for the most part, not. At least he's, the Salem game, he had a better position there, although it was very sharp. But this game, I expect if he gets more of these positions, he's going to convert these with a very high percentage. So Nakamura wins. Carlsen wins. Let's change Carlsen's score. He's on 4.5 out of 7. He's 2 points behind the leader. Sorry, 1 point behind the leader, Sergei Karyakin, who moves to 6.5 out of 7. The clock was broken and running on Vishy's time, so Jobava stopped it. Apparently Vishy had a winning position. Okay, I don't know. That's something for people to debate, is it not? Nepomniachtchi wins. Morozevich beats Wojtaszek with black. That is very good news for Morozevich fans. I'm going to put the standings up pretty soon. But Morozevich has 5 out of 7. He's definitely a contender. This win over Wojtaszek with black, that's the sort of stuff he needs. Nakamura moves to 5 out of 7. Karyakin on 6.5, Carlsen 5.5, Dubov 6, Vishy Jobava 5.5. We just have Karyakin in the sole lead so far. Apparently the females are not shaking hands in their game, according to the chat. I was just watching the video somebody flagged, and it really reminds me, I flagged like over 2 years playing this event, I flagged almost 10 times, which has to be a world record, a very sad world record. I flagged quite a few endgames where you're trying to win, you forget about the time. And I just saw something that reminded, just I felt the pain of whoever just flagged. Share video. The video is the official website. Official website. Why am I not playing this year? I've answered that quite a few times. Just busy time of year. Can't travel 2 days there, 2 days back, in the middle of. I go to that event for fun. I'm not going to become the world champion right now. I mean, I'll do okay in the event, but it's not as important as classical events. Yeah, I just had some bad flashbacks seeing somebody flag. Some bad flashbacks. I flagged. After commentating these games, I went to check my games again from this event, and I had some really painful games that I totally forgot about. Yeah. So next round, based on that, we're still waiting for the results. I don't know who Karyakin plays. Karyakin has a half-point lead on Dubov. Karyakin is going to play somebody a point behind. Karyakin might be playing Viswanathan Anand, or let me see a few results here. Yu Yang against Karyakin is possible. Rajabov lost to Ryazantsev. Ryazantsev, Yu Yang or Anand is gonna play Karyakin. It'd be nice to see Morozevich get near the top boards. Just like Ivanchuk won the Rapid, Morozevich is a guy who I'd like to see do well in the Blitz. I don't think he played the Rapid. He came just for the Blitz, 2-day Blitz. No, you cannot play a person twice. Nope. By the way, Salem continues his tournament. Salem has defeated Ivanchuk, Nakamura, Mamadurov, and Grishuk. Salem has a performance rating over 2,900 right now. He has beaten Nakamura, Mamadurov, Grishuk, and Ivanchuk, and lost to Jobava and Carlson. That is an incredible performance. He's performing over 2,900, and he's playing another dangerous Blitz player, Lu Shangle, who has not had the same type of event, however. But that is the guy who's played the strongest field of the event. If we look at the game between Salem and Ivanchuk here quickly before the next round starts. Pairings are out. Round 8, World Blitz Championship. First place, Sergei Karyakin. He is playing Viswanathan Anand, and Karyakin has white. Carlson's playing Dubov, a rematch of Berlin 2015. They made a draw. Dubov was completely winning. Board 3, Jobava against Ryazantsev. And we have one interesting matchup as well on board 6, Vasily Legrav against Morozevich, which could be a tactical warfare. Vasily Legrav does not often back down from fights. He's a 2,800 who loves sharp positions that rely on calculation and initiative. Some good matchups this round. Just as every round, there's good matchups. In Blitz, We don't know what's gonna happen. Salem drew against Jobava. Guys, if Salem drew against Jobava, how come it says he lost against Jobava? I analyzed the game. He was down. Whoever said he drew is wrong. I analyzed the game on stream. He was down a rook and 2 knights against Salem. He definitely lost. I analyzed the game on stream. No. Salem lost to Jobava because I actually looked at it like 30 minutes ago. And I just checked the official website. He was down every piece on the board. So we're gonna get ready for the next round. You can see my screen. I know you can see my screen. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not watching any inappropriate websites during this broadcast. Actually, the most inappropriate website I've been watching have been a lot of Nakamura's games. They've been very inappropriate, very lost positions, violating many things I've learned about chess. So we're getting ready for round 8. We're gonna follow Sergei Karyakin. He is in first place. The guy deserves to be observed. So we're gonna follow Karyakin against Anand, which is a good matchup. You called your girlfriend Eric last night? Oof. Well, that could be a good thing as well, but I hope that means you haven't been watching the stream too much. Calling your girlfriend Eric. I hope her name has nothing to do with it's not Erica or something. Enrica or no, that's unfortunate. If you call your girlfriend Eric, yeah, she might get suspicious of what you're doing watching chess streams. What straw poll is this, Tony? What the heck is this? Which game to follow? No. There aren't many votes in that one. We're gonna look at Karyakin's game. Okay.
This is a test donation for $5.
Okay, that's working. Okay, Twitch alerts is working here. All right, we're getting ready for round 8. And we're following Karyakin, Vishy. Okay, let's get ready here. What am I doing? They're playing quickly. Game has just started round 8. Karyakin playing white against Anand. And Anand definitely should have a chip on his shoulder after he was in contention in the World Rapids and he blundered against Ivanchuk. One of the worst blunders of the tournament. There are a lot less blunders in Rapid compared to Blitz. And that was just unacceptable. So here we go. We have, well, a Joko piano. The opening that everyone has been playing recently. That Karyakin's surely very fresh, and so is Anand, because top level events are all playing this symmetrical stuff. What's up, Frozen Edge? How are you doing? Guys, I can tell you that we can probably get Yasser to join, but the energy has to increase a little bit more. And by energy, I really just mean numbers or anything that, anything that's positive like that. But we do have, we might be able to get Yasser for the next few rounds. And here they go. D4 has been played. White has a bit of an extra space advantage over here. Can I fix clock times? Yes. Yes, I can. There are the clock times. Karyakin and Vishy both playing very quickly. I think this line is known to be very equal, guys. Maybe there's some prep here, but I'm pretty sure everything gets dissolved in the center. Guys, Sergey Karyakin, those tuning in, Karyakin's at 6.5 out of 7. He beat Carlsen after Carlsen blundered a full rook in a slightly better position. So Karyakin has taken that fortune and he's done well. He's won 6 games. Hasn't been in any serious trouble from what I can see. But from what I know, this line is quite drawish. Backdrop. Anand beat Karyakin on the white side of this in the Canada 2016 earlier this year. He won a gorgeous game with opposite bishops in a fairly similar position as this and the same opening. And Karyakin's now on the white side, and this game is not entirely drawn. No, white's going to play f3 at some point, which makes this bishop not as powerful. Whereas the bishop on d4 will always have some pressure, long-term pressure on g7 and f6. This position is a bit better for white. We saw Chucky yesterday win very easily against Melkumian in an opposite bishop endgame when he had a good bishop on d4. So I'm expecting f3, queen f2. You're actually going to head into an endgame. You're not going to trade too many pieces off. But white can claim a bit of an edge here based on the double g-pawns and as a result of the double g-pawns. Black can't play f6, but white can play f3, so this bishop is actually a little bit better than that bishop, and that's why I prefer Sergey Karyakin's position right now. Dead game, go next. It's not a dead game. This is a bit better for white, and if Karyakin wins, he really has a serious lead on the field. Not complete symmetry, guys. Look at the game, study the game. Anand Karyakin, 2016 Moscow candidates. It's one of the. It's an amazing game to study. I still prefer white here. But you got to keep the queens on the board, obviously. So maybe queen f4. Okay, Vishy wants to put a queen on f7. He wants to get g5 in, maybe king h7. Fine, fine, fine. I might switch pretty soon. I don't think they're agreeing to a draw anytime yet, but It's better. We'll see. Thank you to Cool Kelly Kissio. Thanks for that donation, dude. Okay, so it's still a little bit preferable for white. Again, G7 weaker than G2, more attacking potential for white. But I will be willing to switch to another game. Carlsen Dubov. Magnus Carlsen here, slightly better against Daniel Dubov. However, he's holding his own. Rook C7 is met by Rook D7. Even Machilla right now. White's got the better structure. This pawn on B2, it's not necessarily going to function as an isolated pawn. I mean, it is an isolated pawn, but I should say that it's not necessarily going to be a function as a weakness. If you envision a bishop endgame, White's probably winning. He puts the pawn at B4. He fixes both these pawns on light squares, and then he uses his pawn's majority in the center to win. It's very hard to access B2. This is a protected passed pawn. White is clearly better in Carlsen against Dubov, and he has won every single game that he has been better in.
Hey Eric.
Hey Yasser, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. The Blitz is as exciting as I thought it would be. The blunders are still very prevalent, and Magnus hanging a rook makes all of us feel better.
True that. Always nice to see our heroes behave as humans.
I'm going to add you to the screen. What game are you watching right now? Right now I'm watching Carlsen Dubov because I thought Vichy
Right.
Sergey was a bit dry.
Right. Me too. I'm gonna put it on the ICC. So let me just. Okay. Yeah. And I gotta go. www.chessbrah.
Yeah. Yeah. .tv. .tv.
chessbrah.tv
Yep.
/ Sweet. So I'm probably. Hey, there you are.
Yes. I am here. I think Robin's sleeping in, but that's understandable.
Robin sleeping in. What a dog. So Magnus looks like he's just
completely winning.
Domination of the night.
This is brutal. This is brutal. This is
He won.
He won. No, he's up 2 pawns here. The net on A8 is one of the saddest pieces I've ever seen. The net on, no, this is totally over. That was very one-sided. I think Magnus has been playing very well. He had a better position against Karyakin before the blunder. Besides that, he's playing really power chess, just winning every endgame, winning every technical position.
Absolutely. But having said that, Karyakin's impressing me a great deal as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well,
he is. He is. He started off very well. Yeah.
5-0 beating Magnus. Okay, Magnus blundered a rook. We get it, but you have to be there and win the rook when opportunity. Currently,
I'm currently watching Nakamura's game because he's been playing so badly and he's been lost in almost every game. He's losing to 2590 right now, who's looking for different ways to win. He's losing almost every game, and it's kind of perplexing, Yasser, to see this. Naka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in bad form during the Rapids, and now he seems to.
He's actually checkmated. He's been close to being checkmated in almost every game. Against Morozevich, he had some sort of crazy comeback, Naka style, but he was so lost there. But he's been actually getting physically checkmated. Who did he lose to?
Physically checkmated.
Like I remember last year, I actually got mated a few times because I was in such bad form. My opponents mated me. I didn't even see it coming. He he lost to, who did he lose? He lost to Salem. Got checkmated by Salem. He
Right.
got, who's having a tremendous event. He also got, where is the blitz? Yeah, it just every game he lost. He just got mated here in a. He just got completely killed. It's crazy. I'm feeling very comfortable about my bet. That's what I want to say.
Well, very good because normally speaking, you have a bad day, right? But there's so many rounds in this blitz that if Hikaru has this bad day, he comes back tomorrow and goes on a winning streak. But having said that, so Sergey is leading with 7 out of 8, right? Magnus six and a
Yes.
half out of 8. Yu Yang Yi 6.5. Uh, uh, Rizan Zev 6.5. Solemn. Well, Solemn is
And
playing.
Morozovic just
Yes.
beat MVL with black,
Ooh,
and he just beat
that.
Wojtaszek the round before, and he was killing Naka.
And he was killing Naka. And Vishy at 6 out of 8.
Yes,
Let me
that's.
just see that.
I'm gonna
Let me see what that Wojtaszek. Hold on, I don't have your
MVL.
chessboard.
Well, mine's. I'm gonna bring out a new chessboard. I'm looking at
Okay.
MVL against Morozovic.
Yeah. Nice to see Moro.
He didn't play the rapid. He just came for this.
Pray for demons.
Yeah, that's rather remarkable. Well, the final position looks ugly.
And MVL also struggling in both events, which is something I Naka and MVL is overall they did good in Paris and Leuven. Remember the rapid
Right.
events they finished. I mean overall MVL finished third I think in both events, very consistent, and Naka won an event very convincingly. And in this event,
Lesser tax.
in this event, MVL really struggling.
And it's really confusing to me too, because in 2016, the first half, I mean, MVL was just having a phenomenal period where he was second in the world and just gaining rating points virtually every event he played. And then the second half was like, ugh.
Yeah, I mean maybe he's burnt out again. I mean he has played more than most of the players, but
Yep.
I'm not sure. I am not
Let's-
sure. Soon as you come on, Yasser, $55 in donations. Mandatory Yasser tax was attached to it.
Hold on, yeah, Anadan, thank you. That's the support chessbrah needs.
So, I think
Morozevich, by the way, has a big reputation in Russia for winning lots of those Moscow tournaments. Remember those?
yes, like rapid events, blitz events, or sort of
Blitz
thing.
events. They got these samovars, those marvelously huge tea holders.
Oh, I haven't seen, but I can say I really enjoy playing blitz in Russia. It's a
Yeah,
big,
well, imagine a huge, I don't know, teapot, but it's really huge, like 10 pounds, right?
yeah,
And the guy won like 8 of them. The
8
joke
teapots.
was, yeah, the guy, the guy, the guy was getting a lot of jokes that his apartment had more teapots than furniture. Dope.
I've actually won a teapot myself. That was my most recent trophy. I haven't won an event
No
in like 2
way.
years. It's like a teapot from Guernsey, the off of England. I won the
Yeah.
Guernsey tournament. Actually, it's
And
behind
you
me
got a
somewhere.
teapot.
A cat. Let me. I'll get it after. Yeah, yeah. It's some sort of teapot. So or kettle. Maybe it's a kettle. I don't know. Something like that. And it's a nice change, but it's been a long time.
In the old days, they used to give us crystal vases. Did you ever get crystal vases?
No, no.
And I got some really nice ones over there, actually.
I
Uh, these days, they just hold a lot of flowers.
we don't get as yeah. There's not as much of a spectacle anymore. In some ways, it's like you get your prize. I don't know, cash or something. I don't know. It's
Right.
not the same. There's not as much craftsmanship, you know?
Exactly. Hey, I see more stories, a request for more stories. I know we got a break here between the next round. So I'll tell a story. Yesterday I was telling a story about uh, Ivanchuk because of course he won the world championship for the Rapids, and people had asked for another one, but okay, we just didn't have time. Here's another Ivanchuk story, okay?
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, first of all, I have to set up the story. I can't just jump into it,
Sure.
right?
Right.
So, here's a setup. Do you play blindfold chess,
Me?
Eric?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do blindfold simuls. I enjoy it.
Oh, really? Okay. So, you reckon that you're pretty reasonable where blindfold is concerned.
Yeah, I do lots of blindfold things. Yep. Yep.
Perfect. Okay. That really helps. So, also for the audience, imagine the following. You're going to play a blindfold game, a game of blindfold chess. What is the worst thing that can go wrong
The worst thing that can go wrong.
for
You
yourself?
forget. You forget the position.
Bingo, you got it. Can you think of anything worse? And the correct answer is no, of course not. Okay, so now that you know the setup, I'll take you and tell you the story. Okay, in the good old days, you remember Joop van Oostrum and the tournaments in Monaco?
Yes. Amber. Melody.
Amber, the Melody Amber events. Okay, so I'm playing in the Melody Amber tournament, as is Vasil Ivanchuk and Nigel Short. Okay. Now here's the weird thing. So what they did is they had these computers, these laptop computers set up, and there would be an empty screen, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There's just
I've seen a photo. Yeah, just totally
yeah.
empty.
So there'd be just a chessboard with no pieces, and you would get across on the other side of the table was your opponent, and they would enter a move, and then you would see knight g1 f3, move one by white, and then you would type in knight g8 f6, and that's what your opponent would see. So that was how they did the blindfold. Fair enough, everything's fine.
Yeah.
And the weird thing about Monaco is it's the only country in the world and only country in Europe that has a different electrical system than the rest of Europe.
American Open each day, scoring 100%.
How weird is that, right?
Yeah. It's yeah.
Playing the tournament.
So at a certain moment, the computers didn't work because the current, they weren't used to the different current.
Yeah.
Okay. So Yoke was getting tired of this and said, well, let's just start the round and we can do the technical issues later. So then the question is, well, how do you physically run the blindfold game when you don't have the computer set up that I just explained? So the answer was they had these little Post-its, and the players would sit down before an empty chessboard. They'd write down the moves and give it to the arbiter. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So in the case of Vasil Ivanchuk versus Nigel Short, the arbiter, because they didn't expect, they had Vlastimil Hort, who was the Grand Master of Honor, being the arbiter for that game. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the game starts d4, knight f6, c4, e5, and they get into a Budapest gambit. Okay, so about 14 moves in, Vasil writes down his move and he gives it to Vlastimil Hort. And Vlastimil goes, yes, yes, very nice move, very nice, illegal. So Ivanchuk's like, shocked.
Illegal.
Illegal. So Ivanchuk, thinks. And this time he writes down the move in long algebraic, very, very carefully. And it's the exact same move that he gave
Yeah, so he's
to
sure the move he gave was legal, right?
and he gives it to Vlastimil. Vlastimil looks at the move and goes, yes, yes, very good, very nice, very nice. Illegal. Okay, now at this point,
He's very
uh,
confused, right?
yeah,
Probably his
Ivanchuk,
eyebrows are going all over the place and
yeah,
everything.
yeah, exactly. Ivanchuk starts looking really, really remorse, like he's almost about to go into tears. He's just like, and he very, very carefully goes through the whole move of the game, and for the third time, writes down the exact same move that he wanted to play, but this time even more carefully. Okay, he gives it to Vlastimil. Vlastimil, yes, yes, very nice, very nice. Sorry, illegal. Okay, so now Ivanchuk looks like he's ready to enter a mental asylum because he's just completely distraught. He writes down H3, offers a draw, and Nigel accepts. Okay. The arbiter had gotten the position wrong. What Ivanchuk wanted to play was correct, but the arbiter flashed the Hort. When the guy goes bishop b4 check, Ivanchuk had played knight on b1 to d2, blocking the check. But Vlastimil had put the knight on c3.
Earlier on?
Yeah. So when Ivanchuk wanted to go knight d2 to b3 in order to capture the bishop on b4, he was trying to play knight b3 when Vlastimil has his knight on c3.
So the arbiter was the one who made the mistake the whole
The
time.
arbiter was the one who made, and Ivanchuk looked like he wanted to cry. It was terrible. It was a really, really painful thing to watch, but at the same time, it was really amazingly funny.
And did
It was,
anyone else intervene though, or it was just like kind of quiet? He was quiet about it, so that it was just the arbiter and himself. It's not like some third party just
no,
corrected it.
there's an audience, of course. There's an audience watching.
But they don't see what he's trying to
Well,
propose.
they don't. They didn't see the moves that from the post-its. They didn't read the post-it moves. They just know that the guy's in distress.
But you said it was bishop b4 check, and he wants to move his knight to b3.
well, in the game, you can put it on the board.
What?
I could tell you.
Yeah, we actually somebody has already. So yeah, I'll make the moves. So it was
Yeah,
d4.
d4, knight f6, c4, e5, de5.
I'll let you show off your memories. So e5. Yeah.
Yeah, knight g4.
Yeah.
Bishop f4,
Yeah.
knight c6,
Yeah.
knight f3, bishop b4 check.
Yeah.
Vasile plays knight on b1 to d2.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
I got it. I
Oops.
got it. I got it. Knight bd2.
Yeah. Queen e7,
Yes.
e3.
Yes.
Knight takes e5.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Knight d2. Now, instead of this move, the arbiter had knight b1 c3 on his magnetic board. Yeah?
Yes.
So this is the position that Ivanchuk is seeing. Yeah, I think he took with the other knight. It doesn't matter. Knight takes, knight takes. Yeah?
Yeah.
Knight takes.
I showed them knight. I'm a bit ahead of you. I showed them knight c3 now. But yeah, he took knight takes, knight takes. Okay, transposition on e5.
Yeah. That was where the arbiter has it.
Yeah.
Okay. But Vasile played knight d2.
Yes. So I have it now after knight e5. There's a knight on d2, bishop on f4.
Yeah.
And he played bishop e2 now.
Okay. Bishop e2,
Yes.
castles, castles.
Yes. d6.
I think he goes a5 for whatever reason.
Um, it happens very soon. I mean, is it Monaco 1993? Does that sound right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so after castles d6, knight
yeah.
b3,
Well, yeah. Uh, right. You know what I'm saying. Yeah.
knight b3, b6, a3, bishop c5. So this game went a bit further.
So they have
They
something.
they had more moves. This one went 22 moves and then a draw happened. Like
So they.
yeah.
So yeah. No, I'm thinking that this is where. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, then this is so something is wrong here. So okay, but you understand the story.
Yes.
Yeah. And when he tried to play the move knight b3, he was told it wasn't possible.
And H3 draw offer makes a lot of sense. H3 is a move that you know is okay if you
Yeah,
if you have,
right, exactly. But then the funny part was because I was talking to Nigel about it after the game. I said, well, you could see, like the guy has the position wrong in his mind or something, right?
yeah.
So you could play it on.
I was just multitasking there. I got the game set up now. Carlsen Ryazantsev. They're just entering the
Okay.
opening right now.
Are
So
they? Let's get.
yeah,
Holy cow! Already Yu Yang Yi has made a draw.
Yu Yang Yi has made a draw. So
What was that? Oh, that's a Berlin.
yeah, but I'm picking Ryazantsev Carlsen, who Ryazantsev just had a good event. He just beat Rajabov, and yesterday he was a contender. So been a good year for the guy winning the Russian championship. And
Oh, it's been a great.
they have a really weird position, Yasser. He's gone pawn grabbing, some sort
No,
of.
yeah,
But Carlsen is,
Rizatana,
yeah.
yeah, just had a fantastic breakout year.
I mean,
That is so weird.
Karyakin made a quick draw, by the way. Yeah, as you
Yeah,
mentioned, yeah. So that means Carlsen can catch up, and I would say if he can catch up, he's a strong finisher. That he's still doing well. This is a weird position, Yasser.
yeah, no,
Uh,
totally.
I have a question.
Yeah,
After bishop takes a5, is knight takes d5 oh no, that just hangs. No, I meant rook takes a5 and knight
right.
d5. Is that a variation? Oh no, that's sacrificing exchange.
It's sacrificing
Okay, I'm
exchange.
hallucinating. Yeah. Okay.
No, the one that caught my eye was knight e5 instead of knight a4. But then I'm just thinking, well, he's just going to take on b6 anyway. Uh, I don't have any.
Yeah.
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 Okay. So knight a4 is the last move.
Knight a4. We have a few more moves after. Knight a4 happened. Then bishop d2, knight d2, d4. Carlsen trying to get rid of that isolated pawn. I mean, this is a case,
Knight a4.
Yasser. This is a
Oh
case I
yeah.
think Magnus is going to get it. If he can consolidate here, go into an endgame, that b6 pawn, yes, there's some dark squares for white, but that pawn is awfully close to black's pieces. If they trade
Yeah.
off quite a few pieces, Magnus is going to be doing well.
Seriously, it could be quite a liability instead of an asset. Yeah.
Yes. By the way, I've been told Morozevich killed Vichy.
Really, already?
Yes,
Like it's
already.
over.
Yes, that's what I was told.
Whoa. Whoa. B3. That's a surprising move. B2, B3. So what is takes on E3, followed by knight D4 looking like?
Well, taking on e3, he's going to take with a pawn.
Okay, well that's a good start. FE3. I mean the guy's pawns are dinged, right?
His
F
pawn
D
is
E F E knight E4.
so knight e4, bishop f3.
Knight D. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, that's the line I was looking at. Knight e4 is what I want to play, but I wasn't sure about bishop f3 and then taking and playing knight c5.
Yeah. No, I'm not happy about that. That is true. Oh, uh-huh.
So Magnus
Okay.
played rook b8 and allowed knight c5.
Rook B8, knight C5. Okay. Rook b8, knight c. Well, if the pawn on b6 doesn't fall, it's a very healthy pawn. Maybe here you have to do something like knight d7. The knight on c5 looks too gorgeous.
Well, I like what Magnus did, or what he provoked. He played rook b8, knight c5, rook d5. The knight can't stay on c5, so he gets rid of that knight, and then I don't think b6 is a long-term liability.
After bishop f3 went rook c5.
Yeah, and now this is starting to. I mean, the knight on c4 holds the pawn, but
Knight e5
the
whenever
rook
you
on
want.
b8, the rook on b8 is now free to move. And
Yeah.
Magnus found the b5 square for his rook, which hits both pawns, and has the fifth. So look, I mean, it looks good for Magnus to me, like just a bit better. And if any single mistake happens, you lose a pawn, and Magnus will definitely convert that, just like yesterday. I'm not sure how White is supposed to proceed. I mean, you don't want to touch the e pawn necessarily. Knight on c4 is good. I guess that's the main thing.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the best thing. Best thing about
I
white
should actually.
position.
The pieces are almost all okay, but the pawn on b6 should fall in the long run.
Yeah. It looks funny to have the pawn on b6. If the pawn was on a5, you'd understand, how it got there. You know. Overall, do you think Magnus has been pretty decent with his conversions? It's
He's
one thing
hardly
to
had.
have a winning position, but to convert it to a win is the next step, right?
I haven't seen a problem with him converting. I've seen him in bad positions almost every round. So that's. I think his conversion skills might be okay. He won a game a couple rounds ago with two bishops. He's just been getting really bad positions. That's what I think, and blundering to get those bad positions. I don't think his converting has been the issue. He's really been playing from behind, and people aren't falling for the same tricks he normally goes for, or he's just not as resourceful as he normally is. But I think that's been the main thing with him.
Ooh, he's a pawn up in a rook ending now, and his king is very, very close. So this should just be easy
This should just be
winning.
easy. You play king b5 and go for c4. So you have
Yeah,
your outside pawn. You
yep,
use the outside a pawn, then you put your rook behind.
yep.
For people tuning in, you can tell who's white and who's black. Whoever's name is first in chess is always the player playing white. And then the
Yeah.
second name is always black. So Magnus
It,
is playing white, that's why his name is up there. It's always like that in chess.
but I see 31 seconds. I got a partial score, partial clock score, not a complete. Who's the 23 seconds for?
Uh, on my screen? Well,
Well, on my screen,
the
I
side,
see
if you see
30
clocks on my
seconds now.
screen, the clock is beside the player. So the clock on the seventh is for black.
Oh, I see. And then there's a clock on the bottom,
Yes,
which is white's,
yes.
and white's, according to this, lost on time. 9 seconds. Okay.
Oh, I have. Sorry, Magnus. No, Magnus is Magnus is playing black. That's why his name is second. My bad, guys. Yeah.
No, there's no worries. I got it. Well, again, he's converting it very nicely. That is to say, black is. Uh-oh. Did I hear a growl?
That wasn't for me though. That wasn't for me.
That's from Robin, I mean.
No, not from Robin. Robin's not staying here either.
Oh.
We got probably some Carlson fanboys in the building, Yasser.
Oh, very nice. He converted to the king and pawn endgame. He went rook b4. What?
Well, this is the winning. This e
Yes.
pawn is fine. Um,
I see.
the,
The goat.
the time, the times aren't perfectly accurate because it's still GGT, right? So like it doesn't always respond right away. Like it's not. Yeah, they can't keep up too quickly.
Ah. Okay, so this is over.
This is
Okay.
over.
And
Carlson's
and he
won. And I
resigned.
think Carlson, I mean, he's winning the games. Karyakin's making quick draws. That's fine. He was black against Yang. It's not necessarily his fault, but still. The game tomorrow against. I'm impressed. To beat Vichy quickly is not easy. That's
He did it in 24
and he
moves as
did it.
well.
He did it with a Scotch Yasser with an H. Yeah, with
I'm telling you,
H4 Scotch. H4. I didn't know about this move. That looks fun.
H4.
H4.
That's a John Vanderveel idea, if it's the line I'm thinking.
Is that from like the candidates or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to explain H4 for a second. So the idea behind if it's before H4, you want to play C4, Bishop A6.
Yes.
C4 is met by. So the idea of H4 is that if Black does a move, let's say G6, just for argument's sake, then you go C4, Bishop A6, Rook A3.
Let me see if I can move this.
H4, G6.
I'm not sure it's letting me move. Let me see what I can do here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so, but you get the idea. You bring up your rook, and then you're prepared to meet Bishop A6 with Rook A3. It's an idea of John Vanderveel's. Let's see what happened.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Rook to A3. No, I've never. Wow. Okay. That's completely beyond me. But Morozevich was playing. Morozevich was growing up around that time. He had his best result at Lloyd's Bank, I think, 93 or 92. So that was around when Vanderveel, I think, maybe.
Right. 9 out of 10 or 9.5 out of 10. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So H4, F6. But
F6
Vichy's aware of it.
looks-
It's like he's playing against Vichy, who's aware of it. If you played against me or some of the younger guys in the field, they might have no clue about what you just mentioned. But Vichy.
F6 just looks wrong. I think he should have just played D6 there.
So he forgot. This is a very good.
Yeah. Yeah, he mixed something up. And that's one of the dangers that these top guys have, is they're looking at so many variations that they mix things up.
Yeah, he just got the bishop pair, better structure, dream position, huh?
Well, he didn't get the bishop pair. He just got the nice structure and a safe king.
Oh, okay, you'll see in a sec, I guess. He gets the bishop pair.
Okay.
Vichy plays bishop d6 to e5, and tries to get d6 and f6 to fix his weak f6 isolated pawn. But
right. F4. Ooh.
Wasn't even a competitive game because of that opening.
Oh, it's over. Yeah, just flat out, just terrible. Okay, so that sets us up for the next round.
Yep.
And the next round is just a second. I have to.
Well, there's a few other results. I'm not sure how the games are done.
Salim beat Adli, by the way. That was both those guys are scoring well.
Yes.
So Salim is doing fantastic.
That's right. He's very close to the top. Aronian is trying to mount a comeback. Did you see how he blundered Yasser in the first round?
Who?
Did you see how Lev blundered in round 1?
No.
He blundered his queen in a winning position.
Oh.
I mean in a really winning, like it was every move won in one of those positions.
Ivanchuk won, so he's up at 6 out of 9.
I saw his interview, and he talks about going to the checkers club.
Yes.
It's very cute.
Dross.
He wants,
yes.
Yeah, he wants to go. He wants to go check out the checkers club in Qatar. Oof.
Now, by the way, there's a distinction. At least the Dutch make it. I think it's internationally distinct.
Oh, okay.
Checkers is 8x8, right?
Yeah, no, the reason I was saying checkers was because the interviewer was asking checkers. That's why. Droughts. I think you're right. I think I've heard of that before too.
And Dross, of course, is on a 10x10 board, which makes it significantly more challenging.
And that makes sense why Ivanchuk would be more interested, I would always find it a little bit weird if a very high level chess player found a much simpler game very fascinating, right? Usually you see it the other way around. So at least 10x10 is a lot harder, and that makes more sense because I was thinking going from it's usually checkers to chess, not chess to checkers when based on
Precisely.
difficulty.
But then people have made discussion about Morozevich, who is also interested in Go.
Yes.
And that, of course, is a fantastic game. I play it myself poorly. I just haven't put enough time into it, but I really enjoy it very much watching Go players.
Yeah, I've not. I just it was in the news a lot because of that match against the computer, but besides that, I
Precisely.
haven't.
All right. So what else is happening?
It's 12 rounds today. They changed the format from last year.
What was the format last year?
10 rounds and 11 rounds, or 11 and 10 instead of 12 and 9.
So this year they're doing 12 and 9?
Yes.
Cool.
So the first day is extremely important.
Ah, that
Fatigue
feels
is gonna
like-
fatigue is gonna set in as well.
no question about it. That also hurts what I said about Hikaru.
Yes.
Ooh.
You have to
Yeah.
make the comeback.
Yeah, you can't afford actually to have a bad first day.
Yes, yes. So like after 9 rounds, Carlson's at 7.5 out of 9. Yeah, so that's a great score. He's tied for first with Karyakin.
Oh yeah, no question about it. I'm just looking down the list there. Our defending World Blitz champion Alexander Grishuk drew, but he's only at 5 after his draw.
Grishuk's
Yeah.
only at 5. Grishuk had 5.5, so he'll be at 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then they've got it wrong on the score.
Yeah, but 6 is 1.5 back. I guess yeah, he's at 6. He lost
Yeah.
to Karyakin Salem, but he beat Yakovenko and Votashek. So
Yeah.
he's doing okay. He's within striking distance.
If you don't mind, bring up the game between Vasil Ivanchuk and Wei Yi. I see that Vasil won the game, but
I'm bringing it up right as we speak. Yeah.
because this is a kind of a clash of generations, if
Yes.
there ever is one.
And in the Sicilian, so.
So,
And you know he played Bishop E2. That was always my first opening against Naruto because of Karpov.
right. Anatoly made a very handsome living off of Bishop E2.
Yeah, his E4 was really good. You know, before
Yeah.
he switched, I was pretty impressed by how he
Ah.
handled all those
One of the
positions.
greatest games I ever saw was Anatoly Karpov versus Gyula Sachs
Yes.
from the Linares tournament, where, I mean, Anatoly just made this exchange sacrifice, and it was wondrous. It was just a fantastic game.
I feel like I won a few games solely because of that game.
Really,
Yes.
it made an impression.
It made a
on you.
serious impression on me. That was the year I made the most improvement in my chess. I think yeah. No, I studied all Karpov E4 games, and so yeah, I definitely
I-
recall the game against Sachs a lot.
I watched it unfold before my eyes, and I was a participant in the post-mortem.
Ooh, those
Yeah.
were juicy.
Okay, so what happened? Castles, go on.
So castles in King H1, B6, F3, Bishop B7, A4.
Okay, I'm waiting for my screen to catch
It's
up.
gonna-
There seems to be a little lag here.
Looks like.
And there
Well, the
you
good
go.
thing for Ivanchuk is he got to control the position. Black didn't
Yeah.
decided not to play B5. I'm not sure about the theoretical reasons, but he kind of got a control position, which he's the type of player who should be able to handle. An exchange sack, the typical Rook C3 one, but not under the best circumstances. So it looks like he got a comfortable position against Wei Yi. Not super
Yeah.
theoretical, not a lot of tactics that he's not that he has to worry about. Just the usual
Well-
Rook C3 or D5.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
And he just wins on the
uh,
No, Black's king just got exposed.
okay. It's not that clear to me yet. Ooh, queen e5. Ooh, ouch.
He's winning with the bishop and queen just like against Milkumian yesterday, huh?
Yeah, remarkable. King h2. Nice finish.
Yeah. He's been playing e4. He's been playing e4 and winning sharp games. So it's definitely, I think, an indicator of, he's feeling pretty good.
Says Yasser needs to upgrade to his Windows 95. You'd be surprised. Actually, I think I skipped like 5 generations, but in September of this year, I actually went and got a new laptop.
This is true. I can confirm that.
Yeah, you were involved in St. Louis when Yvette and I went and got new laptops. Speaking of who, hi, Leafy. Yeah, okay. So I got bad news. Social obligations, going over to a friend's for dinner.
No worries, no worries. It was a pleasure to hear that story and get those comments. I mean,
Yeah,
tomorrow's the big day after all. The guys are
of
just
course.
trying to start off well, but
Yeah,
we need your guy Naka to make more of a comeback, or our bet won't be very competitive.
all right. We'll catch you tomorrow then
Thanks for
for the
joining the stream,
absolutely,
Yasser. I think we all appreciate it. It's been awesome.
absolutely.
All right,
Okay.
talk to you soon. Have a nice
Nice day,
dinner.
Chess Bros.
Have a nice dinner. Bye
Thanks.
bye.
Bye bye.
Now you guys are stuck with me, which I apologize for. I know it's not the same. What can I say? We'll try to make the best we can, right? Yeah, you guys are stuck with me. I know. I can't compete. Let's get ready for round 10. And the game that I think we're going to follow for round 10, which is starting in 2 minutes, we are going to follow Magnus Carlsen. Oh, you guys, Eric, you'll never fill the hole that Yasser has left. Lots of comments. No, guys, thanks to Yasser. That's awesome. We have an easy pick for round 10. Guys, it's going to be Carlsen and Morozevich. Guys, Yasser lives in the Netherlands, so he is going for dinner. He didn't make up an excuse to ditch you guys. That is where he was off to. So round 10, Carlsen's at 7 out of 9. He's in first place now, tied with Robin. Carlsen Morozevich is a very, very good game to watch. Yeah, h4, rook h3, rook a3 from John Vandervelde. That's pretty cool. That what Yasser showed in the Scotch. Selene Karyakin is also a game to follow. But yeah, both of those games are good. Both of those games are good. Can you put a picture of Yasser over your own webcam so we can pretend? Guys, Yasser's lived in the Netherlands for over 20 years almost, maybe 15, 20 years. That's not new. He helped train a lot of the Dutch grandmasters. He worked with Lamy, Stelwagen, Smeets. I mean, that's very, very old news that he's Dutch Blitz champion 2 years in a row. He's been there for a very long time. All right, let's begin. Carlsen, Morozevich, board 1, round 10. Carlsen and Karyakin, the world champion and the world championship challenger, are tied for first. One story of the event so far: Salem Saleh, number 1 from UAE, is killing Super GMs left and right. He finds himself on board 2 against Karyakin, but Morozevich just beat Anand badly. And we're going to check on this game. Carlsen and Morozevich have played before. Carlsen was still a young boy, but an elite player, 2700 plus, when Morozevich was one of the top players in the world. So they have played many times before, had some very exciting games. This should be a good one. Yasser's peak rank was number 9 or 8 in the world. And a couple of candidates, World Championship candidate cycles. And look what we have here. So Queen B6, Carlsen, these guys, well, this is actually quite solid. Bishop E2 is not the most challenging move. You know, you could play Bishop D3, you could play H3, G4. Manor Monkey, no. But now we have an opportunity to imbalance the position. Bishop takes F6. He didn't go for Bishop F6. That would be knight against bishop, and maybe follow up with E4. That would be sharp. Carlsen opting for something a bit more solid here. You know, I'll be honest. I think players, they see Morozevich on fire, they're going to give him some respect. They know when the guy's in good form, you have to treat him seriously. If he's in bad form, everyone wants to gang up on him. But there are a few players as menacing as an in-form Morozevich. So I think Carlsen here is going to take this game pretty seriously, opening-wise, because of what he's seen Morozevich do so far. What's up, ABR? VSIM says, I have to leave. I'm having dinner with Yasser. Thanks for the coverage, Eric. So yeah, this is going to be a prolonged struggle here because both sides are just so solid. As a result, I'm going to take a break and check out Karyakin and Salem. This is one of those rare rounds we're going to follow 2 games at once. I'm taking Garbrandt. I love Cruz though, actually, and I think Cruz will win, but I'm picking the underdog. Karyakin and Salem. That was a UFC reference for those wondering what I just said. That was a foreign language. Karyakin Salem is a slow position. He's trying to control Salem. We got a Marazzi structure here. White restricting black from D5 and B5 for the time being. Yeah, a bit better for Karyakin, and definitely the type of position he excels in. He's a very, very clean classical player who manages space advantage as well, doesn't need a sharp position, and I like his opening choice here. I think Salem's been doing very well, but he's been using power chess, like tactical chess, sharp positions. He's been relatively fortunate in a few games. He was lost or near lost, that he emerged on top. This game, it's not going to be as tactical, so he's going to really have to keep up with Karyakin here. 92 trading off the Fianchetto bishops. I do like White's position. It's not, Black hasn't done anything too wrong yet. D6 and B6, they're not exposed. Knight on E8, but it is a bit passive. He's playing a very strong blitz player. He's passive. He doesn't have many tactics. You got to prefer White in this position in Karyakin against Saleh. Back to Carlsen Morozevich. And there we go. We got some movement over here. Finally, the position sharpens up. And Carlsen did end up giving the bishop for the knight. And we have this imbalance. And what do we have here? Carlsen is down a pawn. How did that happen? Magnus decided to give bishop for the knight, play queen h5, king h8, and okay, either he sacrificed the pawn or lost the pawn. Morozevich up a pawn, having a great tournament so far. The question is, can he keep e6? Knight on c5 is very annoying. If you lose e6, all of those pawns become isolated. Think about e6 gone, d5 is isolated, f5 is isolated, f6 is isolated. You got to keep that pawn. And Morozevich plays e5. He might lose that pawn, but g2 hangs in that variation. Actually, white cannot take on e5. The knight on c5 is hanging. Alexander Morozevich, very sharp game between Morozevich and Carlsen. f5 is also hanging. So what's going on here? Well, f5 is hanging. That's a pretty vital pawn. f5 runs into e4. Carlsen has to calculate here. This game going down to the wire. All three results possible. But Morozevich, is he going to make a comeback a la Ivanchuk? We're going to find out. The old guard coming back to take the blitz and rapid titles would be a very, very fascinating sight, and would feel pretty good for a lot of people who followed Ivanchuk and now Morozevich when they were in their prime. Looks like here Carlsen has sacrificed the piece for 2 pawns. He's got a great structure though. You see this pawn structure, a2, b2, c3, d4, very nice, g3, h2, very coordinated. Black knight on d8, not very good. Tied down a bit. So this is now 3 pawns is worth a piece in many, many, many positions. This is balanced, but by no means worse for Carlsen. Actually, I'll put it this way. I prefer white. He's got a great knight, great pawn structure, and 3 pawns in an endgame when there's no dangers here, where black's pieces aren't very well coordinated. I think 3 pawns I'd take over the piece here. I'll say that, yeah, neither side is winning, but I gotta favor white. He had a bit of a risky position. He was down a pawn. Now he has full compensation, and as we've seen, Carlsen's play in the endgames is remarkable. It's better than anyone else for the most part. This position, he's not playing from behind. I gotta favor Carlsen in an equal endgame. I prefer white in this position. Objectively speaking, I think objectively speaking it's also, you know, white balanced, 3 pawns for piece, but I prefer the 3 pawns. Some people might have a different opinion. I definitely think Carlsen's fine with this position. Knight on d8, bishop on g7 are not that effective. If you get those 3 pawns rolling, no, this is looking better and better for Carlsen. He's going to try to play b3 and c4. Knight's going to c6, so c4 is not that easy to achieve. But Carlsen can also distract by making an extra pawn. Is this holdable, guys? I believe only white can win. We're going to see Carlsen here push his pawns. He's going to push his pawns on the dark squares. Because he puts the pawn on the light squares, then black can do some dark square blockades. But 3 pawns here, this does not feel good. This looks good for Magnus. There's absolutely no way Morozevich is winning this. And I think this is a good example. I truly think the piece was worse than 3 pawns, and Carlsen evaluated that so fast that, hey, he's like, my position, I have enough compensation. That was excellent from Magnus. Yep, this is from Play Chess. Game over, guys. Magnus actually won fairly easily. I believe his position was a lot easier to play, and besides 3 pawns is sufficient anyways. So Magnus wins against Morozevich with ease. Big result for Magnus. He moves to 8.5 at 11. And let's check on the other big matchup of the round. Sergei Karyakin checkmates Salem Saleh. And in this position, he's down a piece. Salem blunders a mate and 1. Karyakin wins. But if you play king h7 or king g8, you're winning. He just blunders a mate and 1. King g8 is by far the most natural move because king h7 runs into queen d7. You might not want to allow that. But king g8, there are no more checks. King f8, only losing move. Wow. Big result. Actually, the easiest move is knight f6. What am I talking about? But anyways, doesn't even matter. The only move to lose is king f8. Everything else, black is in the driver's seat. Sergei Karyakin has benefited from two extreme blunders. Carlsen hung a rook in a better position, and Salem here is the reason why he's likely winning. I just talked about 3 pawns for a minor piece. This is 3 pawns for a minor piece, but we have a couple different factors. First of all, the b4 pawn controls 2 pawns, so in effect it's really only this already takes away 1 pawn from the equation, because the b4 pawn really fully controls 2 pawns. There's always en passant if you try to run past it. Secondly, the e6 pawn is in enemy territory. It's very weak. It doesn't have any support. It would fall. A queen, knight, and king can beat a lone pawn. So very likely, in effect, it's really just a pawn for a piece, or at best, 2 pawns for a piece. That's not enough compensation. So Salem, that's why Salem would have had a winning position otherwise. Very, very fortunate for Sergei Karyakin. But that happens. He's going to maybe blunder later on. Who knows? And a big result, guys, over here. Vishy Anand, after getting creamed by Morozevich, loses as white to Daniel Dubov. That is, I mean, we might see him. Remember, this is a long day. 12 rounds of high-level blitz. Guys are gonna be streaky, but we didn't see this from Anand before. In a Pirtz, Dubov gets a very active position. Oh, good counterplay. Actually, just a clean win for the most part. Just a clean win for Dubov over Vishy. Looks like black was better the entire time, had good opening prep, and Dubov beating Vishy. Vishy's lost 2 in a row now. That's bad for Vishy fans. I do not believe he has good chances to finish on the podium, and it's very unlikely he has any real chances for first. Dominguez Ivanchuk was a draw. Looks like Vishy's on tilt though. Grishuk loses as white. The reigning World Blitz champion, the only 2-time World Blitz champion in chess history, Alexander Grishuk, has taken a lot of losses today. I believe 3 so far, maybe 4. And he loses with white against Alexander Bortnik from Ukraine, a pretty good blitz player. Whoa. You guys see this? C6, Queen F2, Knight E4. I had to check if that was a transmission error. Knight E4, D5. The idea is, look, you move the knight away. I have Bishop C5, pinning your queen. So Grishuk does this. Looks like still a nice position for white. Grishuk really botched this. We are seeing blunders all over the place. This is a position. He overpushed, made some inaccuracies in a very, very good position. Grishuk losing. Oh man, he really needs to string together many wins in a row. Any other games? Yes, we have our favorite guy, Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru Nakamura here. Let's check how he's doing. He drew Leiko. Interesting. Okay, Naka, he's in the mix. It'd be good for him to get a couple signature wins though. But I'll just say Carlsen. He's won what, 4 or 5 in a row. You got to think Carlsen is even more of a favorite now than ever. He's not getting in any trouble. Morozevich was a dangerous pairing, and it was a competitive game. But how easily he wins these endgames, how easily he calculates who's better in which endgame, is such a serious asset. You see every single time he transitions into an endgame, he wins. Okay, so we're getting ready for the next round. The story right now, two players in the lead. Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Karyakin have 8.5 points out of out of 10. That is high. Let me change the title here. 8.5 out of 10. What is that? 7 wins and 3 draws. Yeah. What's up, Josh? Well, you're seeing more gambits. You can play more openings in Blitz. If we go down and if we had time to check other games, I'm sure we're going to see more gambits played in the event. Unfortunately, there are so many good games to watch. There are 12 rounds today, 9 rounds tomorrow. Tomorrow should be really exciting, but because there are a lot more rounds today, I think if somebody has a bad first day, they're almost eliminated because tomorrow, yeah, you only have 9 rounds to catch up. Tournament's going to be more than 50% done. It's not like you can just wait till tomorrow to catch up. Are there more rounds? Yes. There's 1 more round today. 2 more rounds. 2 more rounds today, actually. 12 rounds today, 9 rounds tomorrow, 21 rounds in total. If anybody wants to Google or research what is the average winning score for the World Blitz title. Secondly, somebody's asking Vladislav Artemiev, why is he rated so highly? He won a lot of Russian